Guys, welcome to Better Bachelor. My name is Joker with a face for radio and a voice for print. I have a secret for you. Do you want to know why our country is going to shit? It is because of people and stories like this. If you guys remember, this Megan Hall was the chick that romped basically 60% of a small Tennessee police department. And she got called out. And she went national. And everybody covered this story. She was literally the meme of the month for an entire month on everywhere. And then she disappears into obscurity like most other Thotianas do. And then last night, I came across Mr. Colin Rugg on Twitter. Now, if you guys don't follow me on Twitter, I'm over there at Bachelor Joker. This is the stuff I post over there on Twitter. From Colin Rugg, new former Tennessee police officer who went wild with 6 officers on the job has settled her lawsuit for $500,000. Now, I want you to understand, if you make $50,000 a year, this is 10 years of your employment pay that she got after she did the nasty with 6 police officers, because she's just a poor innocent flower woman and she doesn't know what she's doing. So obviously it must have been the men that took advantage of her. So what he's repeating mostly of what, now this is kind of funny, you probably saw this I'm probably going to put this as an intro. She got $500,000 for doing this with 6 dudes. She got $500,000 for doing this, for those of you just listening, she's riding the bull. You know what I'm saying? Well, here's the original story. I actually did a video on this at the time, which was January 9th, a year ago. Tennessee cops, including married female officer, fired after repeated wild romps in the bedroom. Small Tennessee police station's been rocked by allegations of wild misconduct after a married female officer allegedly had steamy romps with 6 male officers, including illicit on-duty liaisons, according to reports. Officer Megan Hall and her fellow officers did the Girls Gone Wild thing. She engaged in sending wild pictures, taking off her top at a Girls Gone Wild hot tub party, and even doing the old Australian kiss with two officers in the Laverne, Tennessee Police Department. She slept with this, I think it was this dude and his wife. She slept with both of them. And this guy, and then. And she became the meme of the month. Well, from March 21st, last night, ex-Tennessee cop Megan Hall, fired over the sexual trysts with 6 other officers, settles federal lawsuit that will cost the city a whopping $500,000. Holding women accountable is like running across the beach with a handful of water and then throwing it on a fire to try to put it out. It's impossible. I don't know if you've ever tried to run with a handful of water for any distance. It's not going to happen. Former Tennessee cop who got axed for her trysts with 6 other officers on the job has settled her federal lawsuit against the former employer for a whopping $500,000, according to reports. Megan Hall, who claims she was groomed by a cadre of male colleagues on the force, sued the city of Laverne last year after word of her raunchy romps made national headlines. On Wednesday, the Laverne board voted 3-1 at a special meeting to settle the lawsuit, because I guess they just were embarrassed that they hired such a trashy cop and wanted out of the news. Here's my thing with the allegations she was, quote-unquote, groomed. Dude comes to you. Hey, how about this? You go to your boss. This guy just did this. I'm uncomfortable. Problem solved. You'll probably get a payout from that. Another coworker sends you an inappropriate photo and you're not happy about it. You go to your boss. If he doesn't do anything, okay, now you go to the city council. Now you get an attorney, lawyer up. You're going to get paid. But instead, she said, sounds good to me. I would like to slob on the knob for a little bit. And and remember, she's married, guys. She's married at the time. And so instead, she goes through all her little craziness, and then she says, well, it wasn't me. They convinced me and told me I had to do this. Laverne Board of Mayor Aldermen voted tonight to authorize the mayor to sign a settlement agreement between the city of Laverne and former police officer Megan Hall. City leaders wrote in a statement, according to the outlet. This is former Laverne, Tennessee cop Megan Hall claims she was sexualized, blah, 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 blah. I think this is her lawyer because her husband, dude, look at this is the face. Oh, come on. Why can't I zoom in? This is the face of somebody that got $500,000 from Tennessee. Don't tell me women have a hard time. Oh, there's femcells. Women have an incredibly hard time getting laid. No, not happening. If this thing can get 6 cops that she works with to plow her, don't tell me it's hard for women. Shut up. The agreement was negotiated between the attorneys representing the city and Hall. The statement said the city's insurance provider will pay the sum of $500,000 to Hall as a gross settlement, which includes court costs, attorney fees, and expenses. City denies any admission of liability. Oh, the city denies admission of liability, but what about her? Nope, she gets a payout. She gets a payout. So now they say, well, it's going to be the insurance that pays this out. Okay, the insurance premiums for the police department just went up. There go your tax dollars. Your tax dollars just paid for this sloot to take on half of the police force. Balls deep to take on the police force. Hall 28 made national headlines last year after his station house sexcapades went public, including affairs with her supervisor and others. According to an internal investigation, Hall hooked up with several colleagues. She sent them spicy photos and went topless in a Girls Gone Wild theme hot party. Even performed the Australian kiss on 2 cops while on duty. She also allegedly had a threesome with one of the cops and his wife. Shocking investigation report included findings that the police chief Burrell, or Chip Davis, who was fired over the scandal, not only knew about Hall's hookups, but joked about the situation with others in the city. Okay, so he didn't take appropriate actions. So he got fired. Why do people's tax dollars have to go to pay this? This is the she got basically paid $100,000 per dude, just about. Talk about Girls Gone Wild. You know, this if you want to know why society is going to shit, this is why. Because the worst of the worst win. The bad ones win. The good ones suffer. I just, what's her excuse here? She says, I know what most people are saying, she said during her first public comments about the scandal. You know, I could have said no. I get it. But my response to them is I did say no, and Powell wouldn't take no for an answer. Eventually, I gave in from the pressure. That's BS. That's BS. We know this. This is not the first, also me situation here. She says no. He pressures her. She goes to you're a public official. You're working for the city. You go to the city council. You complain to the next rung up. Then you file the lawsuits. Then you get your payouts, because that's how this goes if he was being inappropriate. But she never had a chance to go talk to anybody. Megan wasn't looked at like a rookie cop to be trained and promoted. She was looked at like a piece of meat to be exploited. Yes. Such a steaming hot piece of meat. Like cat shit on a frying pan. That's real hot. Like warm diarrhea cat shit in a frying pan. That's what a hot piece of meat this is. Oh, how could she say no? Hall blamed her randy behavior on a troubled marriage. Oh, so it's not the guys. It's not the men in city. It's not the other cops. It's actually my troubled marriage. That's what it really is. It wasn't me, it was the other cops. It wasn't me, it was my troubled marriage. It wasn't me, it was bad things from my childhood. It wasn't me, I was, I don't know, on Medicaid, whatever. God, this is why everything is going to crap. Because bad people keep doing bad things and then they get cash and prizes on the way out. So here's some comments on it, sorted by the best. The insurance company is on the hook for the settlement, and then we wonder why our insurance premiums are through the roof. This is why we need tort reform. Plaintiff loses a lawsuit, then they must pay the defendant's lawyer's bill. All frivolous lawsuits would disappear. Someone else says the idea that no taxpayer funds will be used to pay for this is nonsense. The premiums on the town's insurance policy will go through the roof. Attorney takes $150K plus expenses, so she's left with maybe $300,000. After taxes, about $175. Not big money, really. She's going to need to work, but now she has a damaged reputation. Sad. Oh, how sad for her. How sad for her. Oh, she only gets $175,000. I don't know about you. That could pay off, I don't know, all your credit card debt, your vehicles, and put $50,000 on your mortgage. She made her choice. No reason to feel sad for her. The only one to blame is the person she sees when she looks in the mirror. Lots of replies to that. But that's not where it ends, guys. That's not where it ends. I got good news for you. Carly Russell is this lady here. Now, most of you may not know this because I didn't do a video on this. Carly Russell disappeared for like 3 days, just out of the blue, supposedly on the way home from work. And then she says, I saw a little boy by the edge of the road, and I went to go help him, and then I got kidnapped by a redheaded man, white man, MAGA supporter or whatever. Then she disappears for 3 days. Then she comes back. And everybody's like, what's going on? And she tells her story, and it doesn't fit. It doesn't sound right. And then they find a gas station video when they were looking for her. She stopped at a gas station, and she bought a bunch of snacks and drinks for like 2 or 3 days. She probably flitted off to go meet some dude in the middle of the night, because she, too, I think, was either married or had a boyfriend. Come to find out, the whole thing's an entire lie. She wasted taxpayer resources. She wasted the police officer's time. She lied. She made it sound like it was something about race. Well, guess what? No jail time. She blamed the kidnapping hoax on emotional issues and stress. See, this is why I'm not going to take women seriously. Oh, woman wants to be governor. Oh, woman wants to be in charge of this. Oh, woman wants to be held responsible. And then if they do a good job, it's yay, empowered women, women, awesome. And if they do a bad job, oh, it's not her fault, guys. She was stressed out and she was emotional and it's other people's fault. It's not me. Don't blame me. I'm the one harmed, you see. They're like grown-up children. They're tall children. The lamp. I didn't break the lamp. The cat. The cat jumped on the counter and knocked the 40-pound lamp across the room. It's like a child that spills milk. It was a ghost. Carly Russell finally revealed Thursday why she faked her abduction last summer in a case that spurred nationwide panic as she pled guilty to 2 charges and avoided jail time. The 26-year-old nursing student apologized for falsely reporting seeing a baby crawling along an Alabama highway just minutes before she seemingly vanished, only to turn up 2 days later without an explanation. I made a grave mistake while trying to fight through various emotional issues and stress, Russell told the court through tears. I'm extremely remorseful for the panic, fear, and various range of negative emotions. I want to specifically acknowledge and take accountability, blah, blah, statement written by my lawyer. I absolutely regret my decision, lawyer talk. She pleaded guilty to the misdemeanor charges of falsely reporting to law enforcement and falsely reporting an incident. Although the Jefferson County judge acknowledged that Russell's actions set off a nationwide panic, he said it would be a waste of government resources to put her behind bars because she doesn't pose a threat to the community. Oh, you mean like all the men that the men that happen to like a little Mary Jane, but their skin color's a little darker? Straight to jail. Straight to jail. Would this pass if a guy tried that? I was under a lot of emotional stress. Instead, she was sentenced to 1 year probation, community service, and mental health counseling, and ordered to pay 17 grand in restitution to the city of Hoover. At least she's got to pay for the waste of resources and manpower it took to look for her. She had previously apologized and admitted to it, but only through lawyers. The bizarre chain of events kicked off July 13th when she lied about everything and everything and everything and everything. Somebody says, just 18K in restitution? Wasn't every cop in the state following up on false leads looking for her for a probable couple of days? Wasn't there a helicopter involved? The diverted resources from helping real victims of real crimes probably cost $100,000 in man hours and equipment hours. Pathetic. Why is everything falling apart? Why are the criminals and the bad people getting away with everything? Why are the good people that are trying to stop the bad people, why are they being punished? This is what happens when you govern and you put in law and you put in government people and you vote for people based on your fees, your feelings. This is what happens. This is why we say it a lot here. Weak men make bad times. This was a weak judge. This story on Miss Thing getting off the hook and paying out 500 grand. And I guess it didn't even go to a judge, but it went to the board of and mayor of aldermen. They're weak people. They're like, we don't want to take this to trial. Just write the check and be done with it, because you're embarrassed that you hired her or whatever. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Just give her money. So they act the fool and they get away with it, and then they either get a little tiny slap on the wrist or cash and prizes. I saw a post from the UK. I didn't pull this up, but I saw a post from the UK where a guy was given 16 years for hate speech for a couple of posts he had on social media. 16 years in jail for hate speech on Twitter or wherever it was, from the UK. But 4 men who did the unwanted in and out with a minor got 4 years because they were not of England. They were new and didn't speak the language and might have been confused that it was a crime. Fuck you. Fuck you to all of it. When society goes to shit and everything sucks and the crime is through the roof and you're complaining about everything, this is why. And the good men, you know what, the good men, like what's his name, Daniel Perry, is that the gentleman's name that was the subway that just tried to help other people? Now the good men are like, you deal with it. I'm gonna mind my own business. Oh, why weren't there any brave men that would stand up and stop this heinous thing that happened on the subway or this other? Because you persecute good men. Now you can rot in the feces that you've created out of this society. And when men say, I'm not gonna bust my nut to go out and make a huge paycheck so I can buy my family a big home and nice cars and save for a 401k, I'm gonna make just a little bit of money working with a bunch of guys that I really enjoy hanging out with. It's manual labor, but at the end of the day, we all get a beer at the pub. I go home to my, smaller little place that I've built on an acre of land, and I spend minimum amount of money on myself, and I don't become a net advantage for this government and its taxes because they hate me anyway. This is what you're going to get. And lastly, lastly, I'm not going to do another whole video on this. I do have a bookmark, though. Let me pull this up. Lastly, I'll talk about this. This is a post by somebody called Shipwreck. Hollywood is having a hard time. Boo-hoo. And this is a video of a bunch of people from Hollywood crying that they're all getting laid off and they can't afford their rich Hollywood lives anymore. I'm just going to play a couple seconds of it so you can enjoy this as much as I do. Oh, every once in a while, YouTube does or Twitter does this. Let me see if I can unmute this.
I asked a few of my friends and colleagues to describe what they're going through, and I think you should take a listen.
My name is Matt Hoban. I'm a former executive producer. So many of my mentors and my friends and collaborators are working less to the point where they're not working at all. We're just people trying to make a living.
Executive producer in Hollywood, a fuego, you're out.
A former,
Is it a fuego or a fuera? A fuera.
definitely financially struggling. I may lose my house, and it's really scary. So
A female woke executive or whatever she is, and she might lose her house because she can't pay her bills. Afuera. Who cares?
really need help and a job and just some support. So, thank you.
I'm Marcia, producer, casting director. The last show I worked on was Generation Gap. We're just trying to keep our kids fed at this point.
Boy, should have made a product that people wanted to watch. Afuera.
Wilfredo Hernandez. I used to be a television editor, and I'm being forced to move out of my house because I'm not going to be able to afford the mortgage anymore.
Afuera. Goodbye to all of you. You know, they want us to feel bad because all these Hollywood executives that live out in very expensive Hollywood and vote left and right for all the TV shows that make fun of anybody that isn't on the leftist train, doesn't think like they do. Just watch late night comedy. All they do is rag on middle America. All they do is rag on, well, they're so stupid, the flyover country. People like me that live in middle of Tennessee. The people that hate you are suffering. And, smells so good. The pain and suffering smells wonderful. The tears are delicious. And they expect us to care? They expect us to care about systems that take care of the people doing the bad things, the people that make fun of us, the people that hate us. And in the meantime, I go to get a pound of ground beef, and it went from $3.99 to $10 in 2 years. It tripled. And I'm supposed to feel bad for the people that hate me, that can't afford to live in rich Hollywood anymore? Oh. People are tired. I'm tired. And it might sound like I'm mad. I'm not mad. I'm frustrated. It's like watching society on a motorcycle heading towards a concrete slab at 100 miles an hour, and they've decided to take the brakes off the motorcycle. And they're like, look, everybody, and you're screaming, stop doing this. You are destroying everything. And you're screaming it at the Hollywood people. You're screaming it at creators on TikTok. You're screaming it at OnlyFans content creators as they go through hundreds of men and then eventually become 35 and scream that the system's unfair because nobody wants them anymore. You're screaming at your government to stop destroying us. All we're doing is screaming. And you know what we're doing? We're yelling into the void. We're a fly in the ointment. We can't even put a wrench in the machine to stop this thing. So what do? You enjoy the decline. You have to find a way to enjoy this. I come across stuff like this, and I'm frustrated. But you know something? It's not my money. It's my tax money. Oh, if you knew the oh my God, my taxes went up so much this year. Like I'm gonna be shaking like a freezing man as I write that check to the federal government. You're taking so much of my money, all for things I hate. Thank you for your money. Now we're gonna put it towards nothing that helps you and everything that destroys our society. Bye. And they don't think that we're gonna have a problem with things. but you have to find a way to enjoy the decline. You have to find a way to make sense of it. And the way I can look at it is, you know something, I thank God I can still afford food. Thank God I can still afford to finish my house. I'll be broke by the end of it. Probably be working down at Walmart as a night stalker for 18 bucks an hour. But you know, I'm going to have solar panels so I don't have an electrical bill. And I'm going to have a well so I don't have a water bill. And I'm going to have my own home free and paid for with all the money I've saved up and invested over my previous, 35 years of working. And then I'll have no money. But the point is, at least I can then sit back and watch everything fall apart. But for younger guys, for other people that are out there that are truly struggling, they have to still be in this. If I were a 25-year-old man right now, you betcha I'd be unhappy. You betcha I would be raging against the machine. You betcha I would be very tempted, like many other people are, of just saying, I'm not going to pay my taxes this year. Screw the government. Don't do that, by the way. Don't do that, by the way. There's a reason why they're hiring like 80,000 new IRS agents, because they know what's coming. They're going to squeeze every drop of blood out of you like they're trying to get it out of a stone, but they're going to squeeze you. These are the hard times we talk about. They're here. And you can rage and you can lose sleep and you can be angry about it, or you can be like me, which is right now I'm frustrated. I vent to you guys because I don't have a large cadre of friends around that I commiserate over a couple of beers at the local pub. I vent to you guys, and then I turn off the content. I go over to the other side of my building here and work out a little bit. I take the dog outside and touch some grass. I go maybe check on the progress of my home that is very slowly being completed because they're having troubles finding anybody that wants to do manual labor anymore. And then maybe I jump on a video game and play games with other guys. Say what you will, it's my hobby. If Elon Musk can get into video games, then you can't shame me for doing it either. And then I vent on, we have a Gilded server, and I vent to those guys, and then I have fun, and then I forget all about it, and I go to bed, and I start up the next day. And then I find something else to make me frustrated. Then I find something else to make me frustrated. And then I vent about that, and then I go to sleep. And it's an ever-repeating cycle. But you're going to have to be strong, and you're going to have to understand we've got a lot of breaking to go, and then things will get better. How bad does it get depends on how frustrated and how quickly people get, how frustrated they get. And the faster this all breaks, the sooner we can rebuild it. That's where we are. So, guys, I thank you very much for listening to my rant today. I hope you get some enjoyment out of at least watching Hollywood executive producers and show writers and watching them sell their homes and move out of Hollywood because nobody loves them anymore. That's the chef's kiss, the good news. It's all going to break. The government will run out of money. They're going to try to tax you to death for it. We'll see how things go. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
We're only hooking up. No, I'm not looking for anything serious. How many profiles have you come across on Tinder that says not looking for anything serious? But literally within a few weeks, what are we? They fall in love and go, what are we? I caught feel. I know I said we didn't gonna catch feelings, but he pumped it so well that hookup culture is bad for the boys too.
Let's get straight to it. On my mama, we lit.
I am going to today discuss the effects of hookup culture on men. So oftentimes you probably hear people say things like hookup culture only benefits men. And that's partially true. So hookup culture does predominantly benefit men, but it only really benefits a small minority of men. In fact, some men can't even take part in hookup culture even if they wanted to. And we can see that this is true because there's been a rise in male virginity as the years have gone by. 1 in 3 men are either virgins or have not had sex in the last year. This large number of men who aren't able to find female companionship or female partners is also a big part in why we've seen massive explosions on platforms like OnlyFans, as one of the most popular genres on OnlyFans is known as GFE, which basically stands for the girlfriend experience. Because what's happening is men are basically paying OnlyFans models to act as a substitute for a girlfriend.
And this is why OnlyFans simps need to be saved, dude. That is tremendous amount of loneliness you have to have as a man to go on OnlyFans, to pay the girlfriend experience. You gotta pay for it. That's how much intimacy you're lacking. That's how much emotional connection you're lacking in your life. That you have to go pay a woman to give you the quote girlfriend experience, to just pretend you even exist. This is how lonely men are. Lonely fans, that's what it should really be called. And she has 1,000 other girlfriend experience people paying for her shit. 1,000 other lonely men. You're not the only one, but you'll take what you can get. Wow.
I don't really know what that consists of, like what kind of content that is, but yeah, they basically are paying these models to pretend to be their girlfriend. Another byproduct of this is the rise in the manosphere. So this is where you'll find your red pill content and your black pill content. And so I might butcher the explanations of these two sides, but from my understanding, red pill is when you are focus more on self-improvement, so they kind of try and help men improve their like physique and their game and stuff in order to try and attract women. And then the black pill, from my understanding anyways, it seems as though within the black pill they believe that appearance is the most important thing within within dating. So they basically put forward the idea that wherever you land on the Chad meter, shall we say, in terms of your appearance is what's going to determine your success in dating. That's my understanding.
She for sure watches Manosphere content. Confirmed. Chad meter?
The red pill's a little bit more optimistic. They think there's still stuff that can be done. Whereas the black pill is kind of like you're born with it or not, kind of. That's the energy I get from the two. But I could be wrong in my interpretation, but from what I've seen, that's the difference between these two pills or whatever. So how did we get here? How did we get into a situation where there's an increase in incels, there's an increase in lonely men paying only...
Hey, it starts with the F word and it ends in ism. Can't say it out loud though. You get demonetized. Though the gynocracy, that's how we got here. The gynocracy. Men no longer have an identity anymore. Male spaces have been erased. Masculinity is demonized. Boys don't know what it means to be a man. There are no more older men helping younger men out. Mentors. We've propagated an idea that older men hanging out with younger boys and helping them and mentoring them is somehow a creep thing. Dude, it's brilliant how society has completely turned over its head the things that used to be normalized amongst men and boys.
Fans models to pretend to be their girlfriend, an increase in men paying money for courses to manosphere content creators. Well, the answer to how we got here is, first of all, the sexual revolution, because the sexual revolution detached reproduction from sex and made sex more so about pleasure and therefore turned it into a leisure activity. Now this, accompanied with modern inventions such as contraception, helped to destigmatize casual sex. So the sexual revolution, along with contraception, created the perfect foundations for hookup culture. And what caused hookup culture to explode was dating apps. The reason why hookup culture is so prevalent today is because of dating apps. Right now, men are in control of the mating strategy. And I know that there's going to be a lot of men watching this video who are going to say that's not true, this is all because of women, etc., etc. As it stands right now, that small minority of men that are benefiting from hookup culture are the ones who are setting the terms for today's mating strategy. I'll explain to you why men are the ones who are causing hookup culture.
I mean, that's incorrect, but let's hear her out.
But women are enabling it. So there were some studies done on campuses, and what they were comparing was to see the differences between female mating strategy and male mating strategy. So what they found on the...
Well, I'll just explain to you real quick. The top percentile men benefit the most, but they don't set the stage for hookup culture. Women do, because they're the gatekeepers of sex, aka hooking up. That's it. End of.
These campuses was that whichever sex was the minority was the one who got to dictate the mating strategy, because they were the minority and therefore...
Yes, and there's far more men on dating apps, but yet there's 27% of men, 1 in 3 virgins. So again, your argument doesn't hold. Wrong again, right? Men should be then setting the stage for hookups, is like she's trying to explain here.
The highest in demand. What they observed on all of these campuses was that if the women were the ones who were the minority, these campuses had higher rates of monogamy, because women's natural dating strategy is to be monogamous. But on the campuses where men were the minority, these campuses had higher rates of hookup culture, because men's natural dating strategy is polygamy, which is when a man has multiple women at once. So the reason why we have higher rates of hookup culture in our regular day-to-day society is because our dating nowadays is predominantly done through dating apps. And the issue with that is that there's only a small minority of men that women actually want within these dating apps. Because dating app data shows that women only swipe right.
It's 95 to 5%. And of that, 2% meet up and actually successfully hook up. So 2% of men at the tippy top are benefiting incredibly well from what? Dating culture, hookup apps, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. But they don't set the stage. Women do. Okay, women control the culture of hooking up. Like she said in her prior video, if women just stop having sex for hookups and chill, or no, sorry, hookah and chill, or Netflix and chill, men would not be doing that stuff. It's accepted by women. Therefore, that is the barrier. End of story. And that is why it happens. And again, the women on dating apps are far more selective. That means they're the ones that are choosing. Women choose. Men don't get to choose. Only the top percentile men get selected by all the women. Therefore, they can finally choose which mates they want to have. And then men at the tippy 2% top of men, then finally get to indulge in hookup culture. Earned. So you tell me who has control there, men or women?
I can't remember which way is the good way and which way is the bad way, but whichever one's the good way, women only swipe that way 15% of the time. So what's happening is, because there's only a small minority of men that women want, that means that the men, because they're the minority, they've got to set the terms. So what we're seeing happening on these apps is what we were seeing happening on those campus studies. And in the same way that on those campus studies, we saw that if you have a small minority of men that most of the women are trying to pursue, the men get to set the terms and they will have hookup culture, because a male's natural dating strategy is polygamy. I hope that made sense, because I feel like that was a bit complicated. But that is basically the reason why hookup culture is so prevalent today. And women have enabled it because women have decided to comply with this standard as opposed to rejecting it.
So if women enable it, they control it. And they direct where hookup culture goes.
And the reason why women are complying with it is because we were raised under the sexual revolution, which has taught us that sex is nothing more than a leisure activity.
Which came from what? Gynocentric movement. Can't say it out loud, boys. Come on.
And casual sex is empowering and freeing, even though most women don't actually truly find it to be that way, because if it was, then we wouldn't have so many bitter women saying that men are trash. Which brings me to my next point. Because most women are trying to pursue the same small minority of men, and these men are exploring and enjoying themselves by having multiple women at once, they're not really looking to settle down with any of these women, because why would they when they've got all the options in the world? And so what tends to happen is they'll mess around with these girls and just have casual sex with them but never commit to them. And these women will eventually want more from them, because As much as the feminists have told us that we can have casual sex just like men can and it's nothing to us, the reality is we are biologically different. The reason why women tend to develop feelings first during these friends with benefit situations is because when women sleep with men, we release a hormone called oxytocin. And this oxytocin is known as a bonding hormone. It causes us to form attachments and bonds with the person that we're sleeping with. And so if you have a friends with benefits situation with a guy, you're releasing this hormone when you sleep together. And so you are developing an attachment to them. And that's the reason why.
Yes, and then in my experience, and anybody else who's gotten laid in the hookup culture knows that women will even try to preface the conversation by saying, hey, we're only hooking up. No, I'm not looking for anything serious. How many profiles have you come across on Tinder that says not looking for anything serious? But literally within a few weeks, what are we? They fall in love and go, what are we? I caught feelings. I know you said we didn't catch feelings, but you pumped it so well that I kind of want to lock you down now, and I don't want any other woman to get it also. So that's like my burrito only now. You understand? No. It's not how we started. You said you wanted to just hook up, and we both agreed. Never works out that way. Any dude that is in hookup culture will tell you right now. Most women that say, we're just hooking up, I don't want anything else, full of shit, dude. Within a few weeks, you're going to get, what are we, as a conversation starter. Hey, we need to talk. Can we meet for coffee? So I know we said we were just hooking up, but like, you turn out to be an amazing guy. And you pump it so well. And like, you're so cool. And like, my friends want to have sex with you too, but I don't want them to have you. So, can we be in a relationship or we can't have sex anymore? And they literally try to dangle sex over your head. And it's like, dude, what are you talking about? There's like 20 other girls lined up right now. No. And then they cry and go, man, ain't shit. And then she posts motivational quotes on Instagram and talking about how men ain't shit. And she's a new soul, reborn. I'm a strong queen and I know my values, sis. And gets pumped by the next Chad, who she tells the same fucking bullshit story to. Rinse and repeat.
Emotional damage.
Stupid, bro. No no introspection going on. No critical thinking. No, like, come on, bro. Brains. Where are the brains? It's like zombies. NPC land out in the world today. They don't take a second to think that they're the common denominator in all these problems they're facing today.
Women typically tend to be the ones who develop feelings first during these situationships. And this is usually why a lot of these situationships end, is because the woman wants more, but the guy doesn't, because men don't release oxytocin sleeping with you. Like, men have oxytocin too, but they don't release it in the same way that women do. So this is why it's a lot easier for guys to have casual sex and to sleep with loads of people and never develop feelings or get attached or anything like that. Whereas it's not the same for women because our biology is not the same. Regardless, women still engage in this anyway because most of them don't actually know this information. And this has polluted the dating pool, because what will typically happen is a woman will get with one of these top 15% guys who has no intention of settling down yet because he's in his prime. And then she'll develop feelings for him. She'll want a relationship with him. He's not really interested in doing that. So then they go apart. And then the problem is, if she experiences this multiple times, she will eventually develop resentment and bitterness towards men because she thinks that all men are the same and that all men are trash. And then she will go back out into the world with this new traumatized outlook. And so this is a problem for the other, say, 85% of guys, because they all kind of get lumped in together into this whole men are trash thing, when really it's those profiles that you see. I'm not here for hookups. I'm here to find a real man to take care of me and knows what he wants. If you're looking for hookups, you better swipe left. Like they tell on themselves, dude. Those are the most ruined girls. You message them right away, come over to hook up, and they'll go, fine, one more time, because he's hot. No brains. The men that women are dealing with that are trash, because most women are pursuing the same small minority of men, and they're all being screwed over by that same small minority of men. So the reason why most women think men are trash is because they're all sleeping with the same guys. So far I do feel... Yeah, it's not uncommon or unheard of for a dude, a Chad successful, to just run through an entire friend circle of girls. At all.
At all, dude. I've done it. My friends have done it. And the girls act all surprised, like, oh my God, how dare, it's my friend. Why would you do that? And then the other half are like, that's hot. Let's have a threesome. How about that? Dude, there's no consistency here. And then they'll try to demand exclusivity when you're negotiating from such a horrible position.
I feel like I've only spoken about the negative effects of the 85% of men, and to recap what those are, it's that they have higher rates of loneliness because they are invisible to most women, because most women are concentrating all of their attention to that top 15% of men. The second consequence of that is that these men are becoming quite bitter and resentful of women because of the current dating scene. I get the feeling of being resentful towards people who've made you feel worthless. I get that. However, I think it makes more sense to be angry at the culture as opposed to angry at the individuals.
No.
No! God, please, no! No!
No.
Bruh.
You need to do some soul searching. Let's put it that way. Sis, that's what you should be telling people. You need to look inside and see what trauma from childhood do you have that makes it so that you seek value and worth in other men sleeping with you. That's what you need to do. Don't blame the culture. Don't externalize problems. Okay? You need to look at yourself and your childhood. Don't shift the blame outside to men or the culture or anything else. Why do you do the things that you do? And how can you fix the problems you keep getting yourself into over and over again? Because the culture will not change for you. The only thing you can do is change within the culture yourself so that you don't partake in the degeneracy. That's not the message we're giving out. The message we're giving out, typical woman speak, is it's the culture's fault. It's society we're gonna blame. It's not me for opening my legs. I have no agency here. The choice, I didn't make it. Culture made the choice for me to sleep with Chad. I was taught that this is what I was supposed to do. That works fine the first time, twice, but not when you indulge in it so much you come out with straight up
Emotional damage.
Now you gotta start blaming yourself. Everybody gets an oops here and there of I didn't know, or oops, my bad, made a mistake. But once you're on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 10th, 20th, 50th, 100th, no, that's a you problem.
Who've been raised by said culture. Do you know what I mean? For the men who get to participate in hookup culture because you are one of the studs, your time is also limited. It's all fun and games when you're young, but if you are one of the men who are considered very attractive...
No, time is not limited. Pause. Sis needs to watch more Manosphere. If anything, your attraction, your level, it gets easier, dude, as you get older. In my 20s, I had to put in way more work than I would have to right now. They love the gray in the beard. They love the maturity. They love the experience gained. They love the status. Now you live a comfortable life. You've made it. You're 30 plus. You have your business. You have all this shit going for you that you didn't in your 20s. In your 20s, all you had was game, charisma, looks, and you were broke, and you had to make it happen. Now you got a whole bunch of other things that women look for, and they see that other women want you too. There's a thing. It's called the hot daddy vibes. It's like a look. They see a dude that has a family with them or a kid, they get more attracted. It's like they get to a certain age. I forgot what video it was. There was a woman talking about it. But there's a certain age women get to, they get a little older where they start liking older men. In general, they like the little gray, the salt and pepper vibes. Yeah, dude. It does not get harder for you. It actually gets easier, especially if you maintain yourself. Okay, that's why it's super important you work hard in your 20s and play in your 30s, like I told you guys. If you're not getting no play in your 20s, it's not a problem. Trust me, build it and they will come. That's always been the message and it works, dude. Focus on you, your craft, your goals in life, and you will get to play. I promise you, dude, it gets easier. I'm telling you. You're playing on a handicap as a young dude. This is why you see all the chicks in the club, all the chicks out in all the venues and the events, they're with older dudes.
...is that women have for taking part in it. So in my last video, I shared a video of a woman who didn't prioritize settling down when she was younger, and she was discussing the struggles of being single and unmarried at 46 of a man and his experience in a similar situation. So someone posted on Quora, is it hard to live as a bachelor your whole life? And so this was the top reply, and it was really popular. It got 1.1 million views and 21,000 likes. And so this is what they said. Yes, it sucks, and it sucks more as you get older. Speaking as a single 54-year-old man who has never been married, I can tell you that being alone as you get older is a scary and unpleasant proposition. As you get older, you become more aware and sure of your values and what you want. If you are not careful, you become inflexible and unable to negotiate those values. In the meantime, I see around me people my age who not only have experienced the trials, pain, and joy of child rearing, but are becoming grandparents. For a long time, while they were changing diapers and coaching Little League, I was practicing for triathlons, traveling the world, doing whatever activity struck my fancy, and driving expensive cars. But they were the winners in the long run. Yes, some, perhaps many of them divorced, but they still have their families and children. They experienced the joys of transferring their knowledge and love to another generation of themselves, and they formed intimate bonds with someone special that exceeded mere friendship. I don't regret the good times I had, or the adventures, or the exciting romantic rendezvous, but I think all those things pale in comparison to sharing consistent, cohesive moments with someone you build a future with and plan to grow old with. In addition, the silence of being alone is deafening. You can fill your hours with activities, reading, volunteering, and more, but coming home to an empty house and wondering who will find you if you die alone in the middle of the night, and who will even care, is one of the most pathetic fears of an aging bachelor's life. I still live in hope that somewhere out there is the love of my life, waiting to be discovered somehow, but it's with increasing fear and doubt that this hope is threatened. So those are the confessions.
Yeah, and what he said on the part of shepherding a family, there is no greater joy or responsibility for a man. It gives you purpose immediately. This is why so many men deep down inside want to lead a family, want to have a woman and kids. There's no greater joy to leave, and that is exhibiting your inner masculinity to maximum, passing down your seed and creating a legacy. That part is true. You will long for it, and it will become, and just like women do, as you get older, you want it more and more and more as a man. But the ending portion of that is somebody who has not taken care of themselves and are, quote, bachelor material high value still at 51. 51 is pushing it, sure, but you think Brad Pitt, you think Tom Brady, you think all these men, of course those are extreme examples, but men of similar stature that took care of themselves still look good. You think they have a problem starting families? They don't, dude. They don't. This is exhibiting damage from a man's point of view, somebody who's afraid to commit, somebody who may have had a traumatic childhood with divorced parents, right? And it's manifesting in their lives as them choosing to be alone. It's a choice. Because if that guy is, quote, the bachelor he claims he is, he had the success he claims he has the money he claims he has no shortage of mates to choose from and have kids. This is psychological damage. This is what it looks like from a male's point of view. Guarantee you that guy had a traumatic childhood of some sort, or a relationship that completely damaged him, and he never worked on himself. And that's what happens to a man that exhibits those qualities. So again, but she's not going to have this insight because she's not a man. And most people don't, because they don't look within and think about why people do what they do, psychologically speaking.
Professions as someone who chose the life of being a bachelor. It kind of reminded me a bit of something that Joe Rogan said. If I find the clip, I'll put it in the video.
There's psychological needs that are just as valuable and important as physical needs. Like, we know we have needs for nutrients, we know have needs for water, we have needs psychological for all sorts of different things. Our communities are incredibly important. Love is incredibly important. Family is incredibly important. You know, I know some people that are older men that have been bachelors their whole lives, and they're childless, and now they're, you know, they don't have a deep connection with anybody, and they get to this very weird, strange place where they're like, is this it? Now I'm 70 years old, and I've never really had children, and I don't know what to do, and this is my life now. And They've all their friends have had families now, and their families, a lot of times the kids are grown up, and it becomes very, very strange.
The ultimate final destination of hookup culture, for those who aren't able to get out of it quick enough, is loneliness. In that time that you're spending having casual, meaningless hookups or casual, meaningless situationships, that is time that you are taking away from finding someone you can actually have a meaningful relationship with and potentially have a family with, if that's something that you want for yourself. The issue is that there are people who do want that, who would like to have that, but they don't prioritize it, and they kind of leave it too late. But the problem is, are your options still going to be as vast as they are when you are at your prime? That's something to consider, because the worst thing that seems to keep happening to people is that they end up dying alone by default.
And by the way, this doesn't even take it. This is just successful, man. This doesn't even take into account the whole other bottom 50% that are struggling to get a date whatsoever, right? We're just talking about the Chads here that are uber successful and don't deal with their trauma from childhood and never settle down and end up alone. Like, okay, now what about the 27% of men that are virgins and don't even have a woman talking to them whatsoever? We don't contemplate that side of the equation. There are so many men that are going to die alone forever. Now, the conversation we can have as men is, how much change can you affect for that destiny if you work on yourself, if you take care of your finances, if you use all your spare time to become somebody interesting, dude. Learn hobbies that make you attractive. Go outside, do something physical, build your body, build your mind, read books, right? Be open to new ideas. Don't sit in your room all day jacking off. Don't sit in your room all day playing video games. Don't be pacified by society. Don't indulge in porn and nothing anime all day, every day. You go to work and you come home and you consume. You consume instead of figuring out a way to produce something. We're in a consumerist society. You need to figure out a way to be a producer as well, not just a consumer, guys. When you get home from work, understand that you have two choices. I'm either going to consume or I'm going to produce, bro. That's the only way to look at life. You're going to produce or consume. If you're just a consumer, you're going to die broke. You're not going to make anything of yourself.
You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Let's finish off with her so we could get this interview going. My man's waiting.
But that's really all there is to say on that. I wanted to just talk about the negative effects on hookup culture on men too, because I don't think that the negative effects on hookup culture are limited to women. And I did think it'd also be interesting just to understand how hookup culture became so prevalent and so prominent within our society. And I do think that dating apps have played a massive, massive role.
Yeah, it's the gynocracy. That's all it is. We don't have to listen to it anymore. It's the gynocracy, dude. That's really what it is. We've pushed female empowerment, sexual empowerment. Women can do anything boys can do, and they can do it better. And that sexual liberation is the answer to women's problems, and that they should have as much fun too, and they could enjoy it just like men do, and we don't. We're biologically different. We work differently. We pair bond differently. We enjoy different things from sex. One side is more emotional than the other. It doesn't work the same. And now you have emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
Widespread in society. That so many women are willing to be in situationships and demand absolutely nothing of their bodies. Hookah and chill. That's it. And that's called winning. Apparently, somebody's been reacting to our videos and selling some dating programs. It says, reacting to the rise of lonely single men from Tribe of Men. And of course, she has a toxic masculinity in parentheses.
Emily here with M Loves, and today we're talking about the article that came out, Psychology Today, The Rise of Lonely Men. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to make a reaction video from the man's perspective so you can get a little juxtaposition on how men feel versus how women feel. And so we're going to do a reaction video on Tribe of Men's conversation around the rise of lonely single men. So let's dive in.
Welcome back, Tribe. Let's get into it. Got an article here that you guys have sent me called The Rise of Lonely Single Men. Men need to address their deficits to meet healthier relationship expectations. Already, I am not surprised. It's that men need to. Society doesn't need to do anything. Women don't need to do anything. It's men's problems. It's always your fault. No one's coming to save you. I've told you that. And we're going to probably see it here in this article. Younger and middle-aged men are the loneliest they've been in generations, and it's probably going to get worse. This is not my typical rosy view of relationships, but a reality nonetheless. Over the last 30 years, men have become a larger portion of the growing group of long-term single people. And while you, is that men going their own way? Shocker. When you see the cards stacked against you, with laws that are enforced to hold you down, of course you're not going to want to play the game. In situations like that, the best move is to not play at all or go overseas and just pick a whole different board game with more favorable laws.
Oh my God, this is such a negative view. You don't have to go overseas to find love, I promise.
And while you don't actually... Bruh, where's the lie in what I said though? Are men in the West not having trouble finding love? Is there not a disconnect between intimacy, relationships, and coming together to create a strong family unit? Are the laws not against us? Please tell me. We need to be in a relationship to be happy. Men typically are happier and healthier when partnered. Here are the three broad trends in relationship landscapes that suggest heterosexual men are in for a rough road ahead. Dating apps.
That's weird.
Whether you're just starting to date or you're recently divorced and dating again, dating apps are a huge driver of new romantic connections in the United States. The only problem is that the upwards of 62% of users are men, and many women are overwhelmed by the number of options they have.
True, but the good news is most men are doing the same exact thing. They're saying, hey, hello, hi, how are you? And so if you're strategic and you put a little more effort into what you say and how you design your profile, it's very easy to stand out from the competition and be in that top 10% of the population.
You hear that? It's very easy. It's very easy to be in the top 10% of men, boys. Who would have thought? Just fix up your profile, dude. It's really easy. Wear some nice clothes. All of a sudden have a CEO level position, make $500,000 or more a year, and you're good. You're there. It's that simple.
Which is what I teach.
Oh, and open up with hi and offer to take her to a 5-star restaurant. Super easy. Why didn't we think of this, guys?
Teach in my program. So don't let this make you feel hopeless, because I think in the last 30 days, we had 7 of our students get into relationships and 1 of them get married. So it's definitely possible, and it happens all the time in my program.
And they choose 7 people, but it happens all the time. 1 of them got married. They exercise those options with the 95-5 rule. Competition in online dating is fierce, and lucky in-person chance encounters with dreamy partners are rarer than ever. Yeah, the dating landscape has completely changed. Every time you go to a bar now, you can pretty much bet the people that are single looking, that are there, have a date on the way from a dating app. Relationship standards.
So don't go to bars to meet people. Not the highest quality anyway.
So many options, it's not surprising that women are increasingly selective. I do a live TikTok show and speak with hundreds of audience members every week. I hear recurring dating themes from women between ages of 25 and 45. They prefer men who are emotionally available, who are good communicators, and who share their values. It's nice for them to say that's what they prefer. Again, watch what they do, not what they say. The men they're hooking up with have none of that. What they're saying is they wish the bad boys they're hooking up with were emotionally available, were good communicators, did share their values for having a family and children. But Chad isn't interested in those 3 things at all. So when women...
I don't have any Chads in my program, and they are all finding amazing partners by being emotionally available, good communicators, and sharing their values. So I disagree.
Why would you have a Chad in your program? Make it make sense, dude. Do they even try, or we're just plugging dating scams here? Is this it? This is the best we got. I don't got any Chads in my program. No shit. Why would somebody who's successful with women ask a woman how to get them? You don't ask a fish for fishing advice. It's against their interest to tell you how to get them. You're either man enough or you're not. Damn. A Chad didn't use a dating profile or a dating coach in her free master class. What is going on, dude? You know what's sad though? That we're moving into this like emasculated society where coaches like this, believe it or not, are going to be very successful. I've seen a bunch of women prop up or get propped up by the quote red pill community. I know some guys call them chameleons and whatnot, but these women are starting to give out this dating advice, dude, and they're just completely clueless on how the world really works. It's like that one short we put up from It's Complicated where the woman says, all you got to do is walk up to her, buy her a drink. That's how you get a woman's attention. It's ridiculous, dude. How can somebody tell you how to get women? She's not a lesbian. She doesn't go out and pull women. She has no idea what women respond to. It makes zero sense. Let me tell you about child labor and what you're going to feel giving birth. That's insane, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Thank you for the 25, Ab. Where was the other one? Can you review a Courtney Ryan dating video? 400K subs giving out advice on what men should and shouldn't do in dating. Link that in the Discord channel if you're in there. We have a channel for videos that are recommended. Let's get back to this scam right here.
With this guy.
Speak about what they want. Understand she's speaking about Brad Pitt types, not your average man. Skill.
Not true at all. Not true at all. I don't think I have any Brad Pitt types in my program, and a lot of my clients are finding
No
jobs
shit.
every day.
Deficits. For men, this means wow, shit. She doesn't have a Brad Pitt type in her class. Make it make sense. I don't even know what to say. Relationship skill gap that, if not addressed, will likely lead to fewer dating opportunities and longer periods of being single. There's less patience for poor communication skills. My soundboard doesn't work. Connection is the lifeblood of a healthy, long-term love, and it requires all the skills that families still are not consistently teaching young boys. Yeah, and let's mention the diluted standards of women today, where they want absolutely the highest. Look at her face. Look. How could he possibly say the diluted standards? Oh my God. That can't be what it is. Women are so reasonable. We just want to get bought a drink and just approach us. Don't objectify us when we got our boobs hanging out and everything. This quality man they can get. It's not about men's relationship skill gap and women being better in relationships. Women are not in any relationships. They're just getting pumped and dumped on the carousel. No man is committing to them. What relationship skill gap is there? The only skill gap there is body count. While there's probably no chance of stemming the rising tide of unintentional.
First of all, I want to know how long it's been since this guy had a good date or even had a partner that he cared about.
Single men, there is some good news. Guys, I'm an incel. She got me. Fuck, what are we gonna do now? The algorithms are becoming increasingly more complex on dating apps and other online platforms. They're not becoming more complex. They're behind paywalls. You got to pay to get more matches. You got to pay to be seen by women. It's all a finesse for money. Dating apps, unless you're in the top percentile of looks and status, are complete.
That's not totally true. It's really, do you know how to set up your profile in a way that is attractive to women? You don't have to be Brad Pitt. I tell you now. Believe me.
Okay. Believe her. Believe them all, boys. Thank you for the $5. Her 7 clients are probably 6 women and 1 simp. Yeah, definitely. It's giving me wife's boyfriend vibes in here. Yeah, it's ridiculous, dude. You do have to have a profile like that. We did a cover video where it's 98% now. The 80-20 rule is 98 to 2. Only the top 2% are getting matches and actually closing the deal. It's insanity. But nah, bro, take some better pictures, magically become a CEO, make 6 figures a year, you'll be good. It's not that hard, guys. She's spitting the game to us right now. Trust her. She knows. Join her class. You'll get married in a week.
But you do have to set yourself up correctly because she needs to know what you're all about. You have to have good photos. Those photos have to tell a story about you, and you have to say something meaningful in your self-summary. actually, the dating apps are one of the most powerful tools we have that we've never had access to before to help you find a super deeply compatible partner.
Dating apps are there to find super deeply compatible partners. They're not hookup apps. They're not degenerating dating and relationships. No, bro. For women, they're incredible because women get to look and pick from a sea of dicks. They can pick the highest quality mates they can possibly get on there. For women, yes, it's about selecting the best genetics. There's the doctors, the engineers, the football players, the whatever that's sliding in her DMs. Pumping and dumping, though, they're not committing because that guy's only in your town for an X amount of time and he's bouncing. Later, you're Miss Arizona, you're Miss New York, you're Miss California. I'm out of here. And they're dumb enough to match these guys in the Disney little ideal in their head that they play. Oh my God, the doctor's gonna marry me because he matched me and he noticed my dog and he noticed the nice whatever I got in my pictures. No, he just looked at your boobs, your ass, your bikini pic you post up there to thirst trap people, and that's it. He's thinking about pumping and dumping. She's over here creating a whole marriage scenario in her head, happily ever after. The Disney dream, baby. Why do you think they're on TikTok constantly complaining? Guys are such assholes, men ain't shit. We're constantly getting pumped and dumped. Why do I keep getting ghosted? Every guy I hook up with just leaves me. It's the same old tired ass story, dude.
Beyond just jumping into a bar and thinking, oh, maybe we'll share the same core values, that's like throwing spaghetti at the wall. I totally disagree with this guy, but you do need to know how to set up your profile, and yes, you do need to be in that top 10% to get the success that you want, but you can learn it. You don't have to just be a gift from God, right? You just need to learn it, and that's what I teach in my program.
They're designed to take your money. They even hide you from prospective women. One result is that great matches are on the rise. One dating app, Hinge, found through, and we just covered that portion, remember? The economics of Tinder, how evil they are, all these dating apps that literally force you to pay. It's a paywall, it's pay to win. They'll show your profile for a little bit, then completely bury you. Force you to buy the gold, the platinum, the fucking diamond edition of whatever. She doesn't know about any of this. She thinks you just get on, make a profile, take a cute selfie, oh my God, and you're just gonna get laid, just like me. I'm a woman. You get thousands of matches. This is amazing. What do you mean dating apps are shit for men? Just do better, bro. Join my program. Pay me whatever the fuck, $10.99 a month. I'll teach you how to get married 1 week. Check the simp out over here. Through beta trials that 90% of users rated their first date positively, with 72% indicating that they wanted a second date. Of course, Hinge would say that about their own app because they have absolutely no financial incentive to say so.
That's actually kind of true. I like his critical feedback there.
How can men reap the benefits of algorithms? Come on, bro. Level up your mental health game. That means getting into some individual therapy to address your skill gaps. Is this where dating coaches come in? Is this going to be the new industry, dating coaches? It means
It is, baby. You know, anybody who's successful in their life has helped to get there. If your parents weren't a good role model and you didn't learn how to be a Don Juan or how to have the right communication skills with women, then why not hire an expert who can help you get what you want out of life, rather than going on YouTube and bitching about how men are not, it's not fairly.
We're bitching.
Just get better. Just improve.
Just get better. Just improve. Why wouldn't you talk to a professional? Bro, she's on the side of the one that gets got. She puts herself out there, men approach and do all the work. How is she going to teach you? This is the so-called expert. Don Juan. Like the pimp, literally referencing a pimp that had hoes. Great. Do better. How are we going to do better? I don't know. Buy my program. You'll find out. Maybe you get married. Oh, okay, cool.
The woman that you want. We have it happen every day in our program.
Every day. Bro, every day. There's simps getting married every day in her program. World and respecting your ideas enough to communicate them. Oh my God. It means seeing intimacy, romance, and emotional connection as worthy of your time and effort. So it's men's fault, huh? You have to level up your mental health game, men. You have a mental problem if you want to sleep around the way women do, if you want to be sexually empowered as a man, if you don't want to commit to women because you feel there aren't any worthy to commit to, and if you don't want to get married because the laws are so messed up, and if the divorce ever happens, you lose everything. No.
So get a prenup, choose the right partner, and if you don't know how to find the right partner, hire a coach like me who really specializes in helping you find a partner that you'll never want to get divorced from. Yeah, I don't know. I don't trust a dude who wears sunglasses inside. Sorry.
Even my dog doesn't agree with the sunglasses comment. Enough said. You know what that means? That means you have a problem mentally and you need to go see therapy. We don't need to change the underlying root causes of society, causing men to check out and or go overseas.
This is like super toxic masculinity.
Super toxic. Super toxic masculinity. She's lying through her teeth every time she opens her mouth. Facts. She's got a vested interest in selling some shitty ass program that absolutely the worst kinds of men will buy, that are literally jacking it 10 times a day, coping with adult entertainment, secretly hates women from the frustration. Yeah, bro, let's use those as an example, because she has no Chads in her program, no Brad Pitt tights. Oh my God, no shit. No shit, Sherlock. Buy my program. How it's always on your shoulders, isn't it, fellas? Ultimately, we have an opportunity to revolutionize romantic relationships and establish new, healthier norms. New norms. Men don't want new norms. Men want the old traditional.
Sorry, things are changing. We are calibrating into a healthier society.
Ah, there it is. So do you want a traditional family, boys, or do you want to calibrate into a new society with strong, independent women? All right, we got spam bots in the chat, dude. I thought, all right, gentlemen, get your money, get in shape, get the passport. Salute to you, tribe. Much love, brother. All right, I need a mod in here. Dope, we got mods, boys. Okay. Back to this horseshit real quick. No norms. Men want traditional women. If a man's expected to go to work and provide for his woman non-stop and break his back for a family, she better be traditional in the sense that she turns a house into a home, is raising the children, is cooking and cleaning, is making that place paradise for them. Look at her. Ew, cooking and cleaning. Oh my God. We're moving into a new paradigm. Ugh. Don't marry a traditional woman. I'm going to teach you how to get a fembot. Man to come home to.
I'm so sad.
So toxic.
Women can work too. We can also earn an income, and we can do everything that a man can do. Ooh, I didn't know this was going to be so triggering, but yikes. This is not a healthy view of gender roles at all. In fact, I don't know a woman who would want to date a guy who thinks that she should only be at home cooking and cleaning.
That's what men want. Why can't people see that?
Triggered.
With a certain kind of thing in between.
He's speaking for all men? I don't think so. I think some men like it when a woman makes more than them, even.
Chat. How many of you like it when a woman earns more than you? One's in the chat if you do. Two if it's a no. I don't know any man that likes his woman to out-earn him. What the fuck, bro? Unreal.
Hey,
nope.
Then they can go on vacation all the time, and maybe she can help provide so he doesn't have to stress so much. What about that?
Yeah.
What about being a stay-at-home dad? He could be the guy to stay at home. What about that? Is this not a reality that is possible in 2022? I don't know.
No legs. Well, first of all, we've covered what happens when you become a stay-at-home dad and your woman out-earns you. That doesn't work long term. Those relationships are usually doomed. She's gonna get tired of you playing nanny to her kids. She wants to get taken care of. She's constantly the boss at work. And when she comes home, she wants to feel like a woman. These high-powered women need a man that's like a damn caveman to put them in their place. That's what they like. They finally feel womanly because they're bossing dudes at work all day. Now she has to come home to some little simp watching her kids. It's nuts, dude. And then what? What is that guy gonna do to like have a edge over her and show his masculinity? Baby, I cooked for you, and oh, hold on, I gotta put the diaper on the baby, and would you like me to fix you up something? Would you like me to do this? Blah, blah, blah. It's insane, dude. She's gonna feel like, fuck, man, can a man just do everything for me for once? I'm sick of doing everything for myself. And then you're gonna get into an argument, and she's gonna emasculate you. I earn all the goddamn money. You can't tell me what to do. Who do you think you are? Go put the kids to sleep. That's what she's gonna tell you. Thank you for the 50, brother. She is out of her mind. She is beyond out of her fucking mind, dude. This is delusion. These people are living on another planet. It's like a parallel world out there. They can't see the problems men are having. They just can't register in their brain. How, dude? They live such a completely different lifestyle. Like social media and dating apps has put us so far apart. Like a woman can't comprehend what the hell an average man goes through to just get attention, to even just be recognized. This is why I say average men are invisible. When they say invisible, they mean that shit. Like, women can't see average men at all. One man army. I see 2 cats and a dog in our future. Yes. Man, this shit is crazy, huh? All right, let's finish. But we won't have that conversation because it's probably deemed misogyny. It's likely that some of these romances will be
Okay, I want to know if he has a girlfriend or a wife, or like when the last date he went on was.
He's an transformative in healing, disrupting generational trauma, and establishing a fresh culture of admiration and validation. Oh my God. Men have a key role in this transformation, but only if they go all in. It's going to take that kind of commitment to themselves, to their mental health, and to the kind of love they want to generate in the world. Will we step up? Beta Bill, who wrote this article, no the fuck we won't step up in a system that's broken with people we don't want to commit to for the rest of our lives, with a nightmare scenario of offing ourselves if it goes south.
Okay, first of all, if you're watching this video and you're getting advice from people, make sure that you know that the person giving you advice has what you want, right? You don't want to take workout advice from a dude who's 300 pounds. You don't want to take advice about love and how you should be a man from a dude who's single and can't get a date. Like, I don't know his story.
Oh!
He's really angry. And usually that's because you haven't had much love in the love department. So just make sure you're taking advice from people who have what you want. I personally have been in a very healthy and loving relationship for the past 10 years. I teach people how to find healthy, happy, loving, respectful relationships. Peaceful relationships. So if you're taking advice from this guy, just make sure he has the life that you want. Because right now, dude doesn't seem too happy.
Damn, boys, we're getting blasted here. I'm an angry, lonely incel. And I get no women. And I haven't been on a date in years. Oh my God, I don't know fleshlights could talk. I can't leave that up, bro. That's a good one, though. Yeah. Because the state grants your partner ultimate power over your finances and livelihood.
So sign a prenup. Hello?
Do I have to look up articles for her of all the times courts toss prenups out and don't recognize them? I mean, do I have to read about the intensive procedures you have to go through where you need a lawyer, she needs a lawyer, she can't be under duress, you have to notarize all the paper, everything. It's not just a, hey babe, sign this, we're good. You know how many prenups got turned upside down in court and men got on the hook for millions? I believe they're not even recognized in California. Goes wrong. They'll take away your legacy, your kids, with a simple lie. The courts will absolutely drain you of your money. You will be left with absolutely nothing.
Sounds like a personal story. I'm sorry if that happened to you, but there are solutions. Always get a prenup for sure, but also you need to learn how to select partners that you respect. And this guy does not sound like a man who respects women at all.
There's the misogyny. This is what they default to, bro, when you don't parrot their same narrative. The sisterhood just can't take it, honestly. It's always a personal attack with them. We can't have a logical discussion about the nature of dating. That's why Red Pill has exploded so much, because it falls on deaf ears. Men can tell women what they want all the fucking time. It's considered a double standard. You want a thin woman? You want a woman with a low body count? You're a fucking misogynist. How dare you, brah? Who you think you are? You should love me the way I am. Come on, man. Because it's wild, because the majority of the average men are firefighters, police officers, soldiers. Most of these men aren't even making 6 figures. Psychotic women, they have no respect for these men. Truth. Tribe of Men, are you going to move overseas to find a wife? If so, when are you planning to? I'm actually headed out to Romania, so I guess we'll find out. What am I missing? Promotion at best. Whatever you can do, I can do better. Thank you for the 5. She's not married. She just says she'd been in a 10-year relationship. A married woman would have said, I've been happily married for 10 years. That is a tremendous point. Yes. So you've essentially been getting pumped by the same man for 10 years and you can't get a ring. But we should take advice from you. I mean, please, man. Make it make sense. How are you going to sell a program about marriage and healthy relationships and you haven't gotten your man to commit to you? The fuck? All right. How many more stories do we need to hear about men who decided to check out of life because of a nasty divorce where his reputation was absolutely tarnished on a lie? I've seen it myself bartending. Men are drinking themselves to death. Facts. Telling me stories.
It's not really the place to go to find the top echelon dudes, though.
And some of those dudes were top echelon that came into bars and literally drinking themselves to death. That's what she doesn't get. They didn't go there to have a great time or to pick up women or to flaunt. They're drinking their problems away. Some of these men were multi-millionaires. Not even bad looking. And they got taken for everything. I got red-pilled very early, dude, in my life. I saw it from older men. I saw what a divorce can do to a man that was, oh my God, his life was just in the clouds. Perfect family, kids, beautiful wife, huge house. He's the top of the cream of the crop at his business or the company he works at. And once that divorce happens, he turns into a shell, dude. There's gray in his eyes. He loses absolutely fucking everything. And on top of that, the craziest one, and we heard this before, but your wife getting pumped by some chump, bro, that's half the man you are, in your own house that you're paying for just because she got, quote, bored, wanted something new. Midlife crisis, I never got to experience. I just wanted something different, because she talks to all her chicken head best friends about what incredible hoish stories they're having in their 40s, you know, the single little Sex of the City lifestyle. And she wants a taste now because marriage life is boring, bro. Getting taken care of, oh my God. The kids, they're basically parasites. I'm sick of my man for breaking his back, providing me with everything so I can lounge around the pool. All I have to do is take care of the house, cook, watch the children. Nah, I'd rather be out there playing the field. I can do better. I can do better at 40 plus with 2 kids already. What the dude? Strong, independent women right there. About how their women told everybody, the family, the social circles that they ran in, how that guy did this to the kids, did this to her. The court ended up granting that woman or those women everything. The guy's destitute now. He has to go to work, and if he misses a payment, he's going to prison. He now kicked out of his house, lost all his assets, is going to work, coming home to a dingy apartment, or worse yet, living in his car. That was the worst one. And the pressure is...
I'm sorry, but it just feels like this is his personal story, and I'm sorry for you if you went through that, but...
You don't give a shit. You're trying to plug your shitty program. And no, that's not my story. It's a man I used to know that was a regular, would come into the bar, drink, ended up living in his fucking car, and then he didn't show up to the bar anymore. And we found out what happened to him later. This is why I constantly tell that story, dude. And the pictures, I remember that day too. He came in a bunch of times. He would go swipe on his phone, dude, reminisce when he's fucked up, drunk. I have to stop. I couldn't serve him. I told him a bunch of times I couldn't pour for him anymore, dude. He had to go. Would swipe through the pictures, dude. Happily family photos, pictures of his kids, him and his wife, all the family vacations, all this crazy shit. And the dude didn't show up one day anymore. Can't even tell you on YouTube what actually happened to him.
Yikes, that's not everybody's story.
So intense that he says, I can't do this anymore. I can't even see my kids. She's taking them from me. She's taken everything I've ever worked for. Everything I've broken my back for. My nest egg, the home. Everything is gone. And I only live to provide her with a paycheck. I'm done. I can't take it anymore.
Well, that sucks. And if you like, this is what coaching exists for, so that you don't make that choice, so that you don't get involved with a woman who's just going to take from
Misogyny.
you and not have an equal footing. Like, what I don't like about what he has to say is he views women as like, they have to go work, and I mean, they have to be in the home and make the home all great for the man, and then they just take from the man. But like, bro, if you went out and found a woman who it wasn't a traditional gender role and she was also passionate about,
Why get married then? What's the point? The point for marriage is to build a family and have kids. Otherwise, why not sleep around? Why not be in your situationship of 10 fucking years with no ring? If that's what you're selling, 10 years with no ring and commitment, great then. Buy her program. She's going to teach you how easy it is to not commit to women. That's great, dude. But if you're going to get married, involve the state, build a family, have them take on your last name. Yes, you want a partner that's supportive, that's nurturing, that is traditional. I'm not trying to go to work, come home, and you're still at work, barely coming home. We barely see each other. Maybe on the weekends if work doesn't bleed over. I don't care that you make money. I make my own money. I want my own family at home. My children raised by the woman I love, not the fucking daycare. No, they don't think of this, bro. Remember, she is in the new age of relationships. She's like spitting the femme bullshit, right? It's essentially women can work too. We don't have to have kids. Blah, 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 all this stuff that's non-gender roles. And yet, but I still want a ring. But then she still goes after men, or I'm going to guess women like her, right? The modern women still want a man that has traditional gender roles. He's got to make more money than her. He's got to provide. He's got to be all this other shit better than her. But she doesn't have to abide by the old gender stereotypes. That's nuts, dude. What kind of raw deal is that?
about her career, for example, then maybe she wouldn't be trying to take from her partner because she doesn't need anything, right? I don't know. I just feel like this is a really skewed perspective.
I'm out. And that's the story of quite a few men. And I'm not even going to go into all the stupid TikToks that reference this article from women, the very same women that are going to cry about why no man wants to commit to them, laughing at the rise of lonely men, saying things that are misandrous, that should get you banned off platforms. You know, like they did apparently somebody named the world's worst misogynist a top G, right? The algorithm's probably waiting to parse through the video and get his name so they can shadow ban the video. Anywho, just remember, man, what you do and say matters. It's actionable. And what they do and say doesn't matter. It's not actionable. I don't even want to get into this topic anymore because if I say what I really want to say, this video is going to get demonetized. So again, I'll see you guys on the next one. Don't forget to join.
Okay, well, I'm super sorry that this guy is in such a bad place, and I hope that he gets the help that he needs.
Who hurt you?
A healthy, respectful, loving relationship that is possible, you guys. And I also hope that if you're watching this, that you're on a journey to really find that perfect partner for you, the woman that respects you, who gives as much as you give to her, so there's equality in the partnership. And if you're looking for help with this, this is exactly what I teach in my program. You can learn more about that at mloves.com. You can read through stories of what students have to say about the program. And we've had so many people find love with us. It is such a gift to get to see men who are not jaded, who do not feel this way, have success in our program. So there is a lot of lonely single men right now. And I do believe that we can change that, guys. But it's an entire process that.
And again, why is she speaking to the men? If there's so many single lonely men, right? Isn't it because women aren't picking them because their standards are too high? You're telling me the bottom 80% of men have something wrong with them? The average man that does, like a policeman. The garbage man making $100K a year. Sanitation engineer. A dude fucking building your roof. The guy on the power lines when it's 110 degrees out. Climbing huge ass fucking poles. There's nothing wrong with these guys. These guys make the world go round, literally. Infrastructure would crumble without men. But women don't want that guy. They're only looking at the tippy top, dude, with the prestige behind your name. With the corner office, you got to have that title. You got to be in the board meetings. That's what they want. But if you own your own company, say being a plumber, and you're You could pull down $500,000 if you own your own small business, plumbing, easily. But if you tell a woman on a date without telling her you make $500,000 that you're a plumber, she's gonna look at you like, oh my God, he fixes pipes. The imagery in her head is like your ass crack is showing from your jeans. Clueless, bro. It's just an NPC that's being taught what to think about in the media. Everything. Social media's got their brains completely wired just in the most insane way, where how can somebody like this have empathy for the other side? Bro, their perception is so out of this world. Their experience in life is so dramatically different from an average man. Like, you got to think of it like this. An 18-year-old girl that's even moderately attractive gains access to an insane kind of lifestyle that you can't even dream of until you're 50 or 60. It's nuts, dude. An 18-year-old woman can experience almost every club around the world, can get flown in private jets, can be on yachts. Men buy them things. She can have cars bought for her, rent paid, houses bought for her. There's simps, millionaire simps that'll pay for all this shit. You as an 18-year-old man, bro, when I was 18, I was at home playing video games before leaving to college. I could not dream of being flown out to the Maldives because I have a pair of tits. I can't even fathom the life experiences on Instagram that I was seeing these chicks riding camels in Dubai, becoming porta potties, essentially, for rich sheiks. Being flown to Paris, to the Eiffel Tower, you know, on gondolas in Italy. These chicks are international, having life experiences. Me at 18, I was like, holy shit, dude. Maybe when I'm 50, maybe when I'm 60, and I'm deep in my career and I own something, I saved up a pretty penny, I can maybe experience a quarter of that shit because I have to earn it myself. Everything for a man is earned. A vast majority for women is given. She can't see that though. Ugh. Next video.
That is happening, and it's not going to happen overnight. But if you want to get better at this and you really want to learn how to attract
Yeah. Pay for my goddamn class, how to attract a woman, because I pull women all the time apparently. No, she doesn't. Plus, half the time she's just going to tell you what they would want in the moment. Ugh. Somebody's paying for that shit, dude, regardless. I'm telling you, there's so many men lost. There's simps in her comments. It is what it is. We can't save all the simps. There are some men that just too far gone, bro. They've been indoctrinated so heavy in the womanist movement that it's an affront to think differently. They literally go, "Milady," puts on their little white armor and defends her to the death. You're not going to get laid that way, let me tell you. Link her vid. I already exited out of that shit. I forgot what it was called. Apparently, somebody's been reacting to our videos. and selling some dating programs. It says reacting to the rise of lonely single men from Tribe of Men. And of course, she has a toxic masculinity in parentheses.
Emily.
Welcome back, Tribe. Got an interesting article here. Let's get into it. From Vice. It's not your imagination. Single women. There literally aren't enough men out there. Could you believe that? It says we talked to author John Berger about the shortage of educated men, where women should go if they really want to land a husband, and why boys aren't going to college in the first place. Well, there's a gynocentric movement that is basically the one to blame for all that, but you know, we can't say that. So let's see what their excuses are. We all have that friend, that beautiful, intelligent, driven woman who, like Katherine Heigl in every rom-com, can't find a decent date. Every guy she goes out with is an asshole. What a shocker. She consistently dates below her league, and she's on the verge of giving up on a committed relationship altogether. See, here's where the dissonance already comes. Every man she dates is, quote, below her league, yet they don't stick around and offer commitment. Whose value's higher than whose? Not long after he turned 30, the writer John Berger realized he and his wife know a lot of women like that. The couple didn't have a lot of single male friends left, but the many single women they knew all seemed to be buyers stuck in a seller's market. One of those friends, Berger told me, had been dating a guy for a couple years. It certainly seemed like they were well on their way to getting married. She was in her late 30s, he was in his mid 40s. She really wants to have kids, get married, the whole thing. And she's amazing in every way. If she's amazing in every way, why doesn't she have a ring? Make it make sense. She's amazing in every single way. No man wants to put a ring on it. Please explain that. Ridiculous. One day at lunch, Berger casually asked her about her boyfriend. Her whole expression changed, Berger recalled. They had just broken up. They'd been dating for over 2 years, and he said he just wasn't ready to settle down. This got Berger, a former economics writer for Fortune and Money, thinking, how could a man of that age be so cavalier about casting aside such an amazing woman? And why do we all have similar stories of incredible female friends trapped for years in dating hell? Why are there so many great single women? Where are all the great single men? Boys, we already know what's going on here. That guy, mid-40s, whatever, does not want to date an old hag that's 37, whatever she is. Has to freeze her eggs. Is going to have trouble conceiving a child. Doesn't know how to do womanly things, most likely, because she focused on her career. This so-called superwoman, amazing in every way, except the way a man needs her to be. No value was seen in that woman. That's why she got no ring. 2 years was her testing phase, and she failed. The dude bolted. And so many women go through this exact same thing. Using his background in economics and statistics, which has nothing to do with what's happening here, Berger sought out an answer. The result in his recent book, Datanomics, How Dating Became a Lopsided Numbers Game, a clever read, with a sobering conclusion. There simply aren't enough college-educated men to go around. I don't know, some sort of gynocentric society that we built with a movement that's pushed women really hard in education has left our boys behind in schools. We no longer teach with our hands. We just teach by slides up on a screen and talking all the time. Men learn through their hands. Women learn through talking. Okay. For every 4 college-educated women in my generation, there are 3 college-educated men. The result, what Berger calls a musical chairs of the heart. How cute is that? As the men pair off with partners, unpartnered straight women are left with fewer and fewer options, and millions of them are eventually left with no options at all. I sat down for a long talk with Berger and found out why boys aren't graduating from college, why your best friend is single, and why more women should consider moving to Silicon Valley. Yes, moving to Silicon Valley is totally going to help them. Just surround them by complete soy boys that absolutely disgust every single woman. Yes, let's do that. Vice asks, how did you determine that there was a nationwide man deficit among the college educated? I don't know, every single statistic says men are falling behind. John Berger, I think when I began the research, I actually thought the conclusion was a little different. I assumed this was a New York problem or a big city thing. Like in New York, I thought it had something to do with the labor market here. fashion and PR and media attract a lot of women, and Wall Street isn't nearly the all-male bash that it used to be. So I figured there would be all those shifts in the labor market. I thought maybe there was something unique about LA and Washington and New York that made them particularly bad for women. It turns out I was wrong. In fact, what I call the college man deficit is worse in rural states like Montana and West Virginia and Mississippi than in California and New York. It's a nationwide phenomenon. You know, at this point, we all know what a bad deal college is, especially men. I think a good thing for men is to go into trades. Honestly, why get up to $100,000 in debt up to your eyeballs for a job that'll probably vanish by the time you graduate, working for a company that doesn't know who you are, a faceless corporation where you make no difference? For what, dude? To get into debt and come out of college with a mortgage, basically, that you can't expunge through bankruptcy. You're stuck to that. So a lot of men, the smart ones, are going into trade schools. Why wouldn't you? You're going to make the same, if not more. You're going to get a whole truck from the company. You can start your own business within a few years once you get the trade learned, you know, in person on the site, actually know what's going on. Yes, it's sometimes back-breaking work. Yes, you're going to have to work with your hands. Yes, you'll be out in the sun, perhaps. Yeah, you'll be pulling 12-hour shifts. You're not in an air-conditioned room, but I don't know, man. At this point, you know, there's little trade-offs you got to think of. I would not want to graduate with $100,000 in debt from a college that's going to try to indoctrinate basically everybody around me and tell me how evil I am and why I should be ashamed and I have so much privilege because I'm a man, etc., etc. I'm over that. And I think a lot of men are too. So we're seeing college as a bad deal. And a lot of men don't want to go through that. So where are all the men? They ask. I mean, they exist. They're just not going to college. This isn't China or India, where they have a man-made gender imbalance because of all sorts of horrendous things. Men out there, they're just not going to college. Last year, about 35% more women than men graduated from college. That's huge. The Department of Education projects by the class 2023, there will be 47% more women than men graduating from college. That's 3 women for every 2 men, essentially, and the numbers are going to keep getting worse. Obviously, none of this would matter if we were all a little bit more open-minded about who we are willing to date and marry. You see, look, there it is, man. There is the problem. It's not if we were all a little more open-minded, it's if women were a little bit more open-minded. That's the clown show of this. Women have insane standards and demands today. We know hypergamy. They will not date a man lesser than them. So the more educated they get, the more money they make, the more perceived prestige they have. You as a man have to match that or surpass it in some sort of way. So a lot of these women are going to pass up good men that are making 6 figures welding, plumbing, whatever, electricians in trade school, you know, coming out of trade schools. Like, these guys are going to make 6 figures, but you know, there's nothing prestigious about that. Unbelievable. But there have been multiple studies on this, and it turns out Americans have become less likely over the past 50 years to marry and date across educational lines. So educational intermarriage, I don't know if that's a real term. Maybe I just made it up. Is at its lowest rate in 50 years. Wow. Does that mean in the working class dating market that there are a lot of single men? What implications does that have, they ask? Among non-college educated singles ages 22 to 29, there are 9.4 million men and 7.1 million women. And if you look at the women in that age group who are non-college educated, something like 30% of the women are married, but only 22% of the men are married. By the time a man gets to that level, honestly, he's ready to check out when he's been exposed to the dating market and he sees what's out there. It's just garbage all around. And, you know, I'm not just going to put this on women, but men need to work on themselves as well. But men aren't the ones with the insane demands. Being unwilling to consider working class guys affects women in ways that it doesn't affect men. It's totally unfair, and I get that. Yeah, this is self-imposed. Women are suffering by their own hand only. There's no other way you can explain this. The other interesting thing, and you see this in China too, if you look at the census data on fully employed non-college educated men aged 25 to 30, the ones who are married earn 20% more than the ones who are not married. Oof, that is not a statistic that's good for women. which tells me that in order to get married and attract a wife, you have to earn more and be more entrepreneurial and work harder. Is there also an issue for American women where the more educated you are, the smaller your dating pool becomes? It feels the smarter you are as a woman, the smaller your dating pool is, because women seem less likely to date men less intelligent than themselves. A woman will never date a man she's superior to. This is why that earlier quip about moving to Silicon Valley, it's not only that they want smarter men, but they need capable, strong men. They want it all. So going over to some pipsqueak that's going to let you run all over him, has no backbone, is going to cause them to basically hate men and say, oh, men are garbage, my man is such a wimp, and she's going to end up cheating on him, and that guy's going to end up getting divorced, wrecked in court. We all know the whole story. And then it says, is there also, and then it says, it's not just women, both men and women are unlikely to date and marry across those lines. It just doesn't matter for the men because the pool of educated women is so vast that their own classism doesn't really punish them. Again, this is a load of shit. Men will date a chick that works at McDonald's if she is hot as hell. And if she happens to have a feminine personality, she's supportive, she gives him the things that he doesn't need to buy with money. She's not just a cook, she's not just a cleaner. She can turn a house into a home, supports his dream, makes his life easier in ways that money can't buy. A life partner. That's all that matters to men that are successful in that position, to take on a woman and keep her as like a stay-at-home wife, which is what all men want. Said, fair enough. What are some of the things women can do to increase their likelihood of finding a partner, other than considering working class guys? Oh, the horror. The horror. You mean considering a working class guy? The horror. Oh my God. Other than considering working class guys. The gall to say that. What can we possibly do to get a man, other than going with those other guys that don't do white collar work? We're too good for that. So can you tell us what we can do besides, you know, the other 50% of men, basically? Unreal, dude. Goes on to say, the guy asks her how old she is. Says, I'm 23. So what I'm about to say is easier advice for somebody who's 23 or 22. What I'm about to tell you is probably not workable for a 45-year-old with a whole life here in New York, a family, a career. It's not an absolute. But as you go from East Coast to West Coast, the ratios among college grads get a little better. There are certain pockets, far and away. The best dating market in the country for women is Silicon Valley, San Jose, San Francisco. Even with the gay population, San Francisco is still far better. So if you're just starting out, I'm not saying you're going to base your whole life around finding a man, yeah. Then it goes on to say, but if you're really marriage oriented, then this is a high priority for you, and you have geographical flexibility. You might want to put this on your list, you know? San Jose, Denver, Seattle, those are going to be better dating markets for women than Miami or Fort Lauderdale or New York. Yeah, good luck going to Miami. They're all plastic fantastic there, and they're literally all just models, and all they do is stay fit, and they snag up a rich sugar daddy. These women are invisible. That's really interesting because it also speaks to tech's problem as a very, very male-dominated industry. Here we go. Right, back east, the city with the best gender ratio is probably Columbus, Ohio, which has a real burgeoning tech industry there. I'm making a quantitative argument, not a qualitative argument. I don't know if these tech guys are good guys or whether I don't know if they can carry a conversation or not. Yeah, they're nerds, dude. A lot of them are super awkward with women. This is not gonna work. They can't, the girl replied immediately, of course. I'm just telling you by the numbers. I think they're less likely to act like dickheads because they don't have the same kind of leverage. These people are clueless. Why are more women graduating from college than men? Can you say the F word? Can you say it? Ism? No, you can't. Obviously, if we had this conversation 40 years ago, this conversation would have looked different. There would have been a lot more college-educated men than women. Once upon a time, colleges were discriminating blatantly against female applicants, thinking they only went to college to get their Miss degree. High schools did a particularly wretched job when it came to teaching girls in math and sciences. So there are a whole host of reasons why girls underperformed in high school and were discriminated against when it came to college applications. But Title IX leveled the playing field. But I'm reluctant to entirely credit Title IX because women started attending college in other countries where there was no Title IX, and the gains remained around the same. So the simple question is, if it's not Title IX, What is it? What is it, fellas? Claudia Golden, who is an economist at Harvard, her conclusion is that it's the birth control pill. You can't make this up. Literally, I'm shocked right now. Their answer to why more women are going to college today is the birth control pill. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. All right. Wow. Her argument is that the big driver of gains in female college enrollment is the expectation of workforce participation. If you're getting married at 21 or 22 and having kids sooner thereafter, the payoff of going to college is very small. If you can plan your life with greater certainty and delay marriage and childbirth, the investment value of college goes up. So she credits the pill. Unreal. This woman is so clueless. Wow. That kind of explains how we got to the 50-50 enrollment. It doesn't explain how we got to the 58-42. And my argument is that the old discrimination against women obscured a fundamental biological truth. Girls' brains mature at a faster rate than boys' brains. Girls mature faster socially and intellectually. They're about a year ahead of boys. When it comes to actual schoolwork, girls do their schoolwork better. Girls are more organized. They're less likely to be diagnosed with ADHD, which is a complete bullshit diagnosis. They don't get put in jail at the same rates. So I think girls have a developmental advantage when it comes to college preparation. No, you don't have an advantage. No. We know what it is, guys. I can't say it because YouTube doesn't like people to say it. We'll call it a gynocentric movement that's made it their number one goal to push women ahead of men and girls in school. We don't even teach men in the way they learn properly. Whatever happened to shop class? Do you guys remember working with your hands? That disappeared. They don't learn like that today. You know what happens? Your kid goes into class, they play some saved lecture, and the teacher just sitting down half the time doesn't even care. She's just out there trying to get her pension. This is a complete joke. So at the rates we're going, is there going to have to be affirmative action for boys to keep things even? A lot of elite private colleges are already engaging in quiet, de facto, under the table affirmative action for boys. I went to Brown. The acceptance rate for boys is 11%. For girls, it's 7%. The worst example is Vassar. Their acceptance rate for boys is 34%, and for girls, it's 18 or 19%. What's interesting is that if you look at the top public universities that are bound by Title IX, when it comes to admissions, they all accept girls at a higher rate than boys. Right, because girls are better applicants, they say. Unreal. It's a chicken and egg thing. If marriage is harder to come by, do you seek it less? Do you think that the attitude of men in their 30s and 40s who don't feel the need to settle down can be chalked up purely to the way the deck is stacked in their favor? This girl says this. The deck is stacked into men's favor. Oh my God. Didn't we just say that women had like insane biological advantages and that they learn better and mature more and I don't know, like 10 million other benefits? That's so weird. The one thing I never totally decided on was how much of this conscious versus subconscious. So when a young woman or a young man gets to school where there are a lot more women than men, there's this highly intense hookup culture. Is it, and then in quote, well, there are 3 of us for every 2 of them. I'm going to change my behavior as a result. Or is it a when in Rome kind of thing? I mean, the gynocentric movement pushed female empowerment and sexual liberation for women. And the entire hookup culture was born out of that. Women having been empowered, sexually speaking. And now they're complaining that men are enjoying the easy behavior of women. They're just giving it out for free, man. And now it's an issue. Men don't value us anymore. Men don't want to commit. Men don't want to put rings on. Duh. All the women are giving it for free. Then it says, or is it that the attitudes towards marriage are changing? Do you think that my generation just places less of a value on long-term romantic commitment? Well, it's a chicken and egg thing. If marriage is harder to come by, do you seek it less? I mean, the marriage rate for women in Silicon Valley is much higher than in New York's. And the divorce rates are lower too. Of course, she has her beta bucks and he's completely whipped around her finger. He's got a high salary and she's got the entire access to the money. Of course she's gonna stay. What else did you find out about the divorce? Or what else did you find out about divorce? It seems obvious that if women are in short supply, then you're going to try harder to hold on to your wife. There's actually a lot of social science research on sex ratios that grows out of animal behavior and zoology. There's a study in the book I reference. What researchers will do is look at nominally monogamous species. They'll mess around with the sex ratios in a control population and take the ratio from a 5 to 5 to 6 males for every 4 females to start. What they found is that the male desertion rate, once they made the population overly male, declined from 22 to 11% because they don't have any other options, she says. But wait for this. When they took it the other way and made it 6 females for every 4 males, the male desertion rate went from 22% to 52%. So the prevailing mating culture went from monogamy to polygamy just by changing the sex ratio. The argument is that it's actually an evolutionary adaptation because in an environment in which females are scarce, you want to pass along your genes to the next generation. Making big investments in parenting efforts makes a lot of sense. But when females are plentiful, the best mating strategy emphasizes mating effort over parenting effort. All right. Is there a silver lining to this for women, they ask? There has been some reaction from women who found the book life affirming because they realize it's not them. They had been blaming themselves for their lack of success in the dating world, and this was kind of assuring in some way. Of course it's men's fault. It's men's faults for everything. It's not me. I'm not the problem here. How do you comfort your single friends? Oh, you'll find someone. When statistically many of them won't unless they lower their standards. She asks. Okay. Says, see, I hate that lower your standards thing because I'm always thinking about my friend who married a janitor, and I don't view their marriage as lowering your standards. I view this as making a different kind of choice. As an older married guy, I also have something else to add. All marriage involves compromise. Say it louder for the morons who have the insane standards they're never going to let down. You'll learn this. Sometimes the fun part of marriage is working through a compromise and figuring out your comfort zones. So the lowering your standard thing irks me a little bit. If lowering your standards means marrying an asshole, I'm with you. But if it means marrying someone who makes $60,000 instead of $600,000, I'm resisting that. More and more women are deciding to live independent lives and not get married. Could that trend actually be the result of there just not being enough men? Of course it is. It's very important to understand that I'm not endorsing marriage. I'm not endorsing monogamy. I think people can lead fulfilled lives without getting married. Horrible advice, I guess, especially for women since they're constantly seeking marriage and the picture perfect wedding. You can also ask the same question about hookup culture. I'm not the morality police, but at the same time, I kind of wonder if men and women in particular would be less enthused about hookup culture if traditional relationships were more available. I don't know the answer to that, but I wonder. So this woman says, so is my generation headed for an absolute train wreck of divorce and loneliness? It sounds like a perfect storm. It does sound like a perfect storm. However, we are not voles or fish. We have a moral compass that animals do not. So my belief, my hope, is that once you shine a light on this stuff, the behavior will change. This guy's clueless. I kind of believe that once everybody knows that guys are acting like pigs, or that women are better off expanding their dating pool, the behavior will change. So it's men that are acting like pigs. Guys, do you hear this? It's not women acting like hoes. No, we're gonna blame the men. It's not the women who choose the men and choose to open their legs and choose to give it up to a man that obviously wants that one thing. We're gonna blame the men. The men are being the pigs. It's not the women. No, their decisions don't matter. They didn't demand monogamy. They didn't demand commitment. They didn't demand anything from the man, just a one-night hookup. Fun, yes, queen, yes, I had my fun. But it's still a man's fault. Unreal, dude. These people, like this entire article is complete trash. I also think that people will start dating across educational lines. A woman will never settle for a lesser man. This guy is a moron. I think it's inevitable, given that the numbers are, and actually if you look at the African American community where there's almost twice as many women graduating from college as men, these cross-educational pairings are far more common. There's some Pew Research data showing that African American women are more likely to marry men who are less educated than them. Are there any societies where men outnumber women, or where women have the power that men have in America, she asks? And the guy responds, China. There was a semi-recent story in Bloomberg, and it quoted a young couple who were about to start having a family, and the dad said, oh, I hope I have a girl. Having a boy is just too expensive. Because in the middle upper class in China, it is now accepted that in order to be marriageable, a young man has to own his own apartment. In Shanghai, that could be $300,000 to $400,000, and he has to own a car too. This creates pressure not only on the young man, but on the family to be able to afford to help him. It's a reverse dowry, essentially. Wow. What a doozy of an article. I'm not honestly surprised at all that men are to blame for everything in this article. It's such a woke garbage piece, and that they can't see the role certain gynocentric forces in society have had in causing men to literally either go their own way or fall completely behind. We're not going to talk about the socioeconomic effects of being a man and being able to provide for your family, and not having that ability causes you to fall down the ladder, get picked by women less, or completely ignored. We're not going to talk about the financial pressure men face because wages have stagnated. You can't even afford to have a normal job in some factory and get a house, a car, and a stay-at-home wife anymore. Economically, financially, we're just completely out of whack. It takes two people to raise even a decent family today, and that is already being priced out of the market. Look at where we're at with inflation and the housing market. Hell, the used car market, anything. If you try to purchase anything right now, this is not going to slow down. The bubble may deflate slowly or pop horrendously, and we may have another '08, but at this point for Western men, it seems like the best deal is to literally leave the country, man. You have to create a source of income for yourself that makes you boundless. Don't work for a company, some sort of business where you can sell product or a service online somehow and leave, or own properties and put them out for rent if you somehow have the capital for that. And then you go out of the country and you find yourself a more traditional woman, and you're going to get shit on because they're going to say, oh, well, you just went out there to find a broke, poor woman that has to depend on you. And they can say whatever they want. At the end of the day, what options do you have here when like 200-pound, 5'4" gremlins, Oompa Loompas, literally look at you like you're a disgusting hobbit and a troll? Like it's mind-blowing. They hold their nose up to you every time you walk up to them and approach them, as if how dare you be breathing the same air as them. It's a joke, man. The Western woman today has like absolutely insane standards and demands. And it's going to cause more and more of them to go and become cat and dog moms. And they're going to be single, freezing eggs, praying, hoping and praying for a man. A lot of them will do like surrogates, or they'll go to sperm banks to try to have kids by themselves. I mean, we see this coming. Economically, men are screwed. Socially, men are screwed. I mean, think about it. Men are evil. That's like the prevailing thing. We've been oppressing women. The patriarchy, we all benefit from it. Privilege, 10,000 ways a man is privileged. So society tells you men are trash. Economically speaking, you can't afford anything with today's wages and employment. And then relationship wise, women are told through social media and whatever, corrupted by consumerism, that they need to get a man that can afford them a Disney, like basically a dream lifestyle. He has to make 6 figures and beyond. He has to be able to afford me all the bags. We have to go on all the trips. Basically a sugar daddy, sugar baby lifestyle where you're nothing but a walking wallet. And any normal man making 60,000 working for some average company in his local town, like, dude, how do you compete with that? You can't. Women now have access globally to men. If she has an Instagram profile and she's even remotely attractive, somebody DM'd her something and offered to fly her out somewhere, or offered to pay her for some trip nearby in town. The local sugar daddy. It's wild, man. I don't blame men for going overseas, and at this point, honestly, with everything I'm seeing and what, like the way society is headed and the way men are treated in the West today, take flight, boys. Find calmer waters. There are other seas to fish in, and you're not, don't be bound by this one. We already know the rules for, we already know the laws for marriage are not fair, and especially child support court out here in the West. Basically, keep your head down as a man, focus on improving yourself, not for women, but just for your own mental, spiritual, and physical health. And figure out a way, man, to make yourself boundless in a way, to not be tied down to some company in some city somewhere, and that way you can move around the world and enjoy life for what it really has to offer, because the well you may be drinking from could very well be poisoned. That is true, and you don't have to keep going to the same well. So let me know what you guys think, and let me know what some of you have done. I know we have some older viewers that are in their 60s, some in their 70s, that have been through this song and dance, and I've read quite a few comments saying they're happy, man. They went out, found a traditional wife, became expats, life's good. They have nothing to complain about, and they'll never marry a Western woman. Other guys got lucky. They found a woman here that was raised in a more traditional household, had a strong father figure present, which is increasingly rare these days. The nuclear family's been all but destroyed, and snagged a good one, and they're living happily ever after. We don't hear enough about those stories because it's an absolute mess out there today. We'll see you on the next one. Don't forget to subscribe. Later. I've been having some thoughts about you. I'd like to share over text if you'd enjoy that. What the f? You tell that to a woman, dude, she's automatically blocking you. Okay, boys, we got a ridiculous 2-part article here. Let's start with the first one. Oh my god. And we'll end the stream for the night. I'll hop on Discord and chat with you guys for a little bit. In defense of sex, millennials should really try having it. So, millennials aren't having as much adult escapades as prior generations, eh? Here we go. After a Washington Post article came out showing a decline in how much sex the kids are having, there's been mad pontification on just why the drought is happening. Could be porn, video games, fear, Instagram, mean girls, hashtag me6. Everyone on Twitter has a take. I don't have some great understanding as to why the kids aren't screwing. In fact, I don't understand it at all. But what I do is a defense of sex and the reason why millennials should really try having it. So they're dunking on millennials. Young people today just don't want to hook up. I wonder why, because the next article will tell us. It says, this is not what big tech and their apps would have you believe. Instead, our culture tells us that casual sex with as many people as possible is better. It's the ideal. Apps capitalize on that. Culture tells us that sex with multiple partners is the way to go and is the best course of action for satisfaction. It isn't. This may scratch an itch, but if you're looking for good, steady sex, you ought to be. Screwing strangers isn't the answer. Our big, beautiful, damaging 20th century sexual revolution can catch some of the heat for this pervasive view. Ooh, at least they're pointing the gun in the right direction there. While the sexual revolution liberated women from the reproductive responsibility as a consequence of sex, it also liberated men from the responsibility of caring for their sexual partners because they were transient. This in turn liberated women from caring back. And now men and women are scared to death of each other. Oh, is that what's happening? So we're putting the blame on both now. Remember that. For women to have more career options and personal pursuits, reproductive freedom was essential. But what we fail to realize is that within a good, strong relationship where both people take responsibility for each other's aspirations, ambitions, satisfactions, and reproductive realities, liberation is even more possible. How much more can we do when someone has our back? How much greater achievement is it possible when two people toil in the place of one? People don't come together to form a partnership anymore. It's what do you bring to the table? What do you offer me? Why are you talking to me? Do you make this much? Are you 6 feet tall? Do you have 6 figures in the bank? You got a 6-pack, etc. What are you talking about? And we're supposed to be blaming men on this half as well. All right. What else to say? This article deserves the NPC music. Here we go. It says, gentlemen, if you find a woman attractive, and I don't mean a random glance on the subway or cafe, but a woman who is already in your life, like someone at school or who you work with, or your best friend's cousin who seems to hang around all the time, then talk to her. Listen to her. Ask her about herself. Not as a reconnaissance, but because you're interested in her and she's interesting. Highly unlikely you're going to find one that's interesting like that. Listen, and when you're done listening, boys, to your woman you're interested in piping up, listen again. She will in turn ask you about yourself. And you'll be able to tell her, and it'll feel great because she's listening. We're doing so much listening back and forth, like that one chick who swipes left because you're sitting in your chair at the office and she can't be number one in your life. Perfect. She will shine her empathetic eyes on you and really see you for you, King.
Perfect.
Do this for a while, for as long as it takes. Simp it up, and then ask her out, so you can be a mega simp and start providing. Tremendous article. And if you're of a different orientation, then please feel free to do all the above with the people and pronouns you prefer. It's one of these articles, eh? Whoever sent me this, you got me by surprise, dude. I haven't read all the way through this shit. Hey, yo, we're leaning way to the left on this one. What else? Nah, we're stopping it there. That was just a perfect cringe. So now, same website, the Post Millennial, got our answer for us on why these youngins aren't having it. Cancel culture, consent culture is turning romance into bureaucracy. Would you look at that? Let's find out, boys. Consent culture is touted as the antidote for grape culture. Only it's not really the opposite, or salve. Only it's not really the opposite or a salve, but a perpetuation of the infantilization of women. Nailed it, which we've said multiple times on this channel, that something like retroactive consent can happen with an adult human being because they were inebriated is absolutely mind-boggling. What kind of shit is that, dude? We live in a society that tells an adult female that she doesn't have the power to make her own decisions because she drank a glass of wine. And she can weaponize that against you. And they go, why aren't these young people having sex anymore? Why are men afraid to approach women? Why aren't men talking to women anymore? We can't figure it out, bro. Yeah, this article is telling you right here. Consent culture. Jesus. Consent culture posits that asking of women for their permission prior to the commencement of sexual or romantic contact could remedy this. The preponderance of rhetoric around consent does not liberate women or even give them the autonomy it seeks to, but turns romance into a bureaucracy. Nailed it. Consent culture seeks to redefine how we think about relationships, sex, and our own impulses. They've been hot takes about how it's wrong to make little kids hug their grandparents, and missives about how a yes can be retracted in media res. On some college campuses, there's been directives on asking for consent during every step of a sexual encounter. You see? Thanks, Justin Bruce. Just found you last week. Never donated before. Appreciate the support, brother. Thanks everybody that super chatted. It helps. Okay. Says there have been hot takes. Oh, on some college campuses, there have been directives on asking for consent during every step of a sexual encounter, while still having the conceit that if the sex is later regretted, it can be reclassified as rape, despite consent. Just said that earlier. Now we're treated to a new kind of ask for consent. Consent for sexting. You have to consent for sexting now. That's a new one to me. Alright. Ask consent for all sexual encounters. Yes, even sexting. I just came up with this script that you're all welcome to borrow from someone probably learning gender studies, dude, and intersectionalism. What does it say? I've been having some sexual thoughts about you. I'd like to share over text if you'd enjoy that. What the f***? You tell that to a woman, dude, she's automatically blocking you. Oh my god. These are people that are completely delusional about how the real world works, how sexual dynamics between men and women really work. Can I text you how I feel about you? I've been having dirty thoughts, and I want to make sure I've consented. And I have your consent. Shut the fuck. Can I have that in an email too? Fucking dork. The message is how intimacy should be initiated. Cordially, without nuance. Exactly, because that's what real attraction looks like. And that's what women tend to respond to. The passion. I want him to act like he wants me. I want to know he craves me. I want to feel wanted. And can I have that in an email? I'd like to tell you some stuff. You just gotta be okay with it first. Shut up, dude. She's gonna be drier than the Sahara, you do any of the dumb shit this article basically is telling. If this is the kind of message you feel you must send to find out if a person wants to sex you, perhaps that's not the right person to sex with, and we're so close with our feelings that we can't express them except in the form of yes or no answers to direct questions. This seems like the type of question one should ask if they're sure of an affirmative response. The reaction to the consent for sex script was swift and fierce, but as we try more and more to control what we say, how we say it, and the thoughts from which our expression derives, this is the direction in which we're headed. Fuck no, it isn't. The rest of the world still has their head on their shoulders. This is the direction woke college campuses are headed in, with people that have absolutely no experience with life or the real world. And yes, thank you for consenting to being in the chat. I appreciate you, so you don't retroactively pull consent of my chat. Thanks, Master Cole. I feel safer having you in here now. I'm gonna need that in an email, though, for my safety. You know, in case you pull consent, so I have something as backup. Thanks. Jesus Christ. Let's see. Mediated communication, even in our most intimate moments, a script for how to talk to those we feel passionately about, simply to ensure that no one is offended. Here it goes, dude. Here it goes. The people with the thinnest skin on earth. I'm offended you didn't send me an email copy of the okay to share your dirty thoughts. Who the fuck writes this shit? We feel passionately about the simply to ensure that no one's offended are the ways we are being directed to initiate and stay in romantic relationships. Does asking for consent in this way work? Does it achieve the goal of getting someone to read your illicit thoughts? The response to this request to sex could go in one of two ways, yes or no. If yes, the initiating sexter may imagine, no, it's gonna mostly go no. It's gonna mostly drive women away. They're gonna be dry hearing you ask for consent like you're a little bitch, dude. The script is intended for both the asker and the asked. After all, if that's the case, women want to be led, by the way. They don't want you to ask for everything. They want you to take the lead and just be a man. Tell us where we're going. Tell us what we're doing. I want to know. Do you got everything handled? I don't have to baby you. You're competent. I can allow myself to give you the power so I can be feminine and not worry about a damn thing. Asking for consent like that. You should be a man with enough emotional intelligence to know when a woman is really interested in you. Her consent is given by being in your presence multiple times at night, alone together. If she's coming over to your house at night at 2 a.m., 12 in the morning, whatever, all that stuff is her essentially giving you consent. She's going over because she's sexually interested in you. No woman is going to a man's house at 2 in the fucking morning to have a talk. There's intention behind going to a guy's house alone. Women know this. They know what it means. Fucking consent, dude. Got me messed up. Clown show. Maximus, thanks so much for the 5, brother. These people are so mentally gone, I have to expect it will get to the point where you have to ask consent to even look at a woman. By the way, we're already past that part because in England, they had something called intrusive staring. We have already gotten to that part with liberals in Europe. You can, or they were trying to make it a law that if you look at a woman in a specific manner and you stare, you could be arrested for harassment. They were really trying to pass that bullshit. Europe is definitely cringy, dude. Camelot, what's going on, bro? Alright, let's see. Western Europe, at least. Eastern Europe still has their head on their shoulders. If that's the case, then gaining consent isn't even a good enough measure of her willingness to sext you, as this poster points out. Consent rhetoric is letting abusive men off the hook. In a consent model, all a man needs to do is get a yes and they're untouchable, ignoring the fact that women have been conditioned all our lives to prioritize men's desires. Here we go, we're blaming men again. They're prioritizing men's desires, totally not going over a chat's house and getting pumped and dumped because of their own lust, matching him on a dating app, off of one picture alone because he had a nice smile and a ripped six-pack abs, and I wanted to get pumped by him so bad, and I'm gonna be the one special snowflake that makes him commit to me. And I'm gonna do this all with a grandmaster plan of leading with my body.
Bruh.
Women have zero game today. It's pathetic, dude. And then a Jessica writes, let's see. In this context, consent culture is an extension of grape culture. Look at the reach. Wow. It's not something that can stop women from getting into uncomfortable situations, but the first bit of pressure that leads them down the road to coercion, where every yes is a more easily followed up by an additional yes. Compliance, huh? Wow. How do you tell a guy who sexted you you've accepted that you don't want sex? Is the question this post asks. Wow, the logical fallacies here are mind-blowing, dude. Making up problems in the West to try to feel special. You see this? Tremendous. Both the initial script of how to ask someone to sex with you and the note about how the expression of consent is not evidence of consent assume that a woman does not know her own mind. Yes, we infantilize women in society today. This has already been proven. Either she needs to be asked directly if she's interested, presumably because she has not given any indication of being intrigued by her potential suitor, or even when she affirms her intention, she's not telling the truth. How the fuck do you get consent now if we're gonna ask? We have to now read minds and figure out if she's telling the truth or not, or that she didn't get pressured into saying yes, or that you didn't lead her in some compliance type manner with yeses all the way through. Even when you get consent, you can't get consent. Wild. There's this idea that we know what healthy relationships look like, and that we can engineer them from the outset to follow a prescribed course to attain the result. This new relationship model is in direct reaction to the old patriarchy, misogyny, on where men led the family, misogyny, and women submitted to their husbands, misogyny. Oh my god, the horror, dude. You mean when they pulled happier, when they pulled more fulfilling lives, when they didn't make videos about attaining dogs, cats, and box wine, when we don't see them crying on Tinder on how they're so bitterly alone, sad, angry at dating culture, blaming social media, not taking one step back and looking at themselves and going, fuck, maybe I'm the problem here. I'm the common denominator in all my issues in life. Nope, it's men's fault. Nope, it's society's fault. Nope, it's social media brainwashed me. I have no agency. I'm infantilized. Can't blame anything else. Not my fault. Just like in this article. It's men who's benefiting from this. And it's a way for men to push the envelope and have a free grape fest. Cause all you need is a yes. And just because she gave you a yes doesn't actually mean it was a real yes. She could have been lying. This is a patriarchal move. It only benefits men.
Bruh.
That's what this article is telling you. The prior article is telling us millennials need to have more sex. What the fuck's going on? Why are there so many virgins? Why are so many people not doing the deed anymore? And then we have this stupid article explaining to us the convoluted consent culture we're all under. Perfect. Romance isn't really an appeal to logic and reason. What works for one couple may not work for another. Individuals don't come to relationships from a position of knowing what they want, how to get it, or even fully how they want to be treated. We're all basically damaged. This is someone projecting their damage right here. And the implementation of checklists into relationships makes things worse, not better. Women do the whole checklist shit. 6 figures, 6-pack, 6-inch or bigger pipe. They need all the magic numbers. There is no script for how to communicate, despite the tweets or BuzzFeed quizzes. Yeah, she reads BuzzFeed. The person writing this article reads BuzzFeed, and we can tell they do. There's only, as always, open communication. Respect, kindness, love, honesty. Cope. Nothing else is even remotely relevant. Speak with an open and loving heart. Yeah, you tried, and you even went as far as to get consent, and you told us that we have no idea if she's telling the truth or not. What the fuck?
Don't let romance be carried off by paperwork, rules, and rules of wokeness. That's nice for you to tell us that. Except the reality on college campuses and liberal schools is completely different. Tremendous, dude. Ugh.